Good evening and welcome. Factorio on a Wednesday. What is up with that? Let me turn off the sound on this thing. There we go. We are working now. Can't be disrupted now. We're working. Working hard or hardly working, right? Right. So two reasons why I am putting Factorio on the agenda on a Wednesday. And well, they're kind of complementary. Okay. So the one reason is I don't have anything that is super urgently must fill up all my calendar with the content. So there's a little bit light on content, to be honest, right now, and therefore, hey, let's go with something known, something good. And well, Factorio is known and good. That's the one thing. That's the sort of the negative way of looking at it. The positive way of looking at it is that after I released my first masterclass about a week ago, it was very well received, which is really awesome. And I wanted to put more out there. And I just realized that the next project that I'm undertaking is quite a big one. So I'm going to need some time. I spent a lot of time off camera to build stuff. And I also want to build something on camera because I do get inspired a lot by your ideas and also sort of fix a lot of things. So yeah, so that's why we are adding it on Wednesdays. It will it will not always be on Wednesdays, but it will be on Wednesdays. Well, I don't know, it'll be whenever it fits. And Sunday will be sort of the usual Factorio thing. But I don't know what the next thing is. Probably going to be what is it? What's it called? Assassin's Creed, coming out on the 20th, right? That's the next new release that's upcoming. Still no news about Captain of Industry, which is a little bit weird. So I was afraid that there was going to be right around like right after Factorio, which wasn't the case. And then I was like, okay, it's going to be right after Christmas. Okay, no, not. And then it would have been nice if it was coming now, but I'm worried that it comes out exactly when on top of other things. They really need to get it out before Dyson Sphere Program, because once Dyson Sphere Program comes out, sorry, can't play Captain of Industry. So they really need to do something so we can start a new playthrough of that. So Amicius, thank you for the 15 months, and also solid like Plato. Like the learn to capitalize like Plato. Thank you for the prime. Welcome. And good evening. Yeah, so that's the thing, and we can always come up with other games and stuff like that we can take a look at, whether that's going to be like let's tries of new games, which I'd like to do if there's some meaning to it, or sort of something else we can return to if there's been an update. I know that there's an update on Shapes coming later this year, hopefully before summer, in my opinion. Satisfactory, has there been any news from Satisfactory, like at all, or is it like that's done, we're not doing anything? Where's the okay, there's updates on experimental coming out, but there's nothing like announcements or something. Satisfactory dead game. I'm gonna look at your long text. So let me see. So Pugsinho, please train blueprints with actual loading and unloading belt setups. Parameterized stations, also perhaps early, mid, late game versions of the book. I have your space age blueprints, but by the time you finish the series, the blueprints were unusable for my mid game. No, they're not. Check out the Patreon. If you check out the Patreon, you can see that I have literally for every single freaking episode, I have the version that's there. So and you also have access to all my save games. So if you want something, you can just grab it there. You can either grab it an older version of the blueprint. I have 60 versions of the blueprint available for every single episode, so it's definitely there. And also you can also just load any of the save games so that you can just grab whatever fits for your build.
Our illustrious champion returns.
What is it? Scrub Zone, thank you for the 12 months. And Baked Beans for the 50 month. Good to see you. Very nice of dropping by. Good to see you. And Sword Point Nav, thank you for the 20 months. Satisfactory doesn't sound interesting. What doesn't sound interesting? I haven't heard of Satisfactory content in forever. Devs do seem to have unfucked performance on large scale stuff a bit. Okay. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it must be one of those things that's sort of been on the backlog, and I would hope that they would announce something, a DLC, or we're working on Goat Simulators 2, 5, whatever it is, or something like that. Like they poke him with a stick, like do something. Because now it's good. Satisfactory 1.0, awesome. What's next? And I don't expect that Coffee Stain Studio will be a factory gaming studio, like none, they don't exist. But it would not be surprising if they were like, okay, we're gonna do a MOBA set in the amazing Satisfactory universe, or something silly like that, where you're like, oh no, please don't. Quiz, thank you for the Prime for 22 months, and it actually triggered a hype train, an actual hype train, not just one of those random ones. Satisfactory Space Age. I don't think so, but yeah. I would also like to see some point a masterclass for the new train system with interrupts, because I just seem to understand it better with your explanation. Thank you, Wojcicki. I have not figured out the point of interrupts. So this is, yeah, this is the problem with interrupts, is that the way that I have designed my base and my train networks, they have served absolutely no purpose. They will only make it worse. Like, I can implement it just for the hell of it, but I actually lose a lot of transparency when doing that. So I don't get it. Like, I do understand what it's for, and I can see that you can design trains that you can have train setups where this would be really beneficial. But the way that I've designed my train setups, I don't need it. And it wouldn't be better if I added it. And I couldn't design, I think so at least, I don't think I could design a different train network that would work better by utilizing train interrupts. And that is, that's the problem. I don't understand what they, well, understand is the wrong word, but I don't see how they would benefit. It is, yeah, I don't get it. Starting from scratch for beginners. No, masterclass is not for beginners. That is literally why I called it masterclass. It is a masterclass. It's for people who played thousands of hours or hundreds of hours at least of Factorio, and then they want to dive deep into some aspects and really just tweak and tune and optimize some of the stuff. And it's not a, calling it a masterclass and then make it for beginners would be defeating the point. Interrupts are great if you want a bunch of trains that can be assigned to many different tasks. But why would you do that? Like, that's the thing, right? It seems like one of those cases when, like, from development, where you can make a specific solution or you can make a generic solution, and there will always be developers. Ah, well, 60 seconds on the train to see if we can get off the ground, but otherwise we'll try and get in a little bit later. Master as a proficiency, not as master as a template. Correct. It's not a it's not a master, because that is a, you're not allowed to use those terms anymore. Because what is the other one? If there's a master, then the other one is a slave. You can't use those terms anymore. Even though from a programming perspective, you would have a master version and then the other one would be slave versions. You can't use those terms anymore. So you have to do mains and branches and other stuff. So therefore, master cannot be used in that context anymore. Baxinho, thank you for the new subscription. Brand new subscription. And Ducky, ooh, Ducky, thank you for completing the train here on the last seconds, final seconds of the train. It actually got off the ground. Master's Apprentice, yes. Master Apprentice, yes. But that's exactly what it is, Master and Apprentice. But Master, if you use Master as a template, then you have that as the Master version, and the other ones are, they could be clones, Maybe you could call them clones.
A new subscriber
Yeah.
arrives.
Shinigami Josh, thank you for the Prime. Welcome. God, don't remember that bullshit terminology clean up. The ungodly amount of refactory time that sucked up. Yeah, I know. Yeah. But Master and Apprentice is a correct term because this is literally what it is. This is not an apprentice class. This is a master class. I hope that's the intention of it. Is that I'm not going to be like, this is a belt. It moves stuff. Right. I was trying to answer something else. Oh yeah, what's the benefit? Oh yeah, it's the specialization versus generalization. I know that this is something that if we have a problem that needs to be solved, and then you can almost always, you can very often solve it specifically. It works for this case, and you can solve it generically so that it works for many cases. And it is so tempting to always choose the generic case because what if maybe someday, who knows then, and it can easily cost 3 times as much time, being super complicated to set up because everything is now parameterized, and yeah, you don't really. And the idea of like, but then we build it once, and then when it's something, yeah. But that's one of the key tricks to being a good architect or lead developer or whatever, that you can figure out when should you spend the extra amount of time to make it in a generic form because it is likely that it'll be used again, or when should you just solve a specific issue. Trains is another thing that is kind of like that. And Memsteak, thank you for the tier 3 for 17 months. Look at how much the train moved by that tier 3. And it is, in this case, it's also the generic. The generic going could say, I only have one type of train. It can do anything, everywhere, all the time. Yeah. It gets really fragile really quickly because I started building it like that, and then I realized that, oh, I also wanted some refueling stuff. But then the problem was that you could have the situation that a train went to pick up some coal, and then it ran out of power, and then it went over to refuel. But now you're stuck at the refueling. It doesn't know that it is a full or an empty train. It's just a train, so it defaults back to whatever it was before it had an interrupt. And therefore, it just kind of goes to an iron deposit and starts picking up some iron, which it won't. But then it's full, so it leaves immediately. And then it goes, unloads all the coal on the iron deposit. And then you can, of course, go like, well, just make some fencing into that and just make sure that it doesn't. It's like, yes, that's exactly my point. Is that now, instead of having something that's generic, you now build a generic thing, but you now also have to put all these catchphrases around it to catch edge cases that you didn't have if you just like, I need copper trains. Build some fucking copper trains. Copper them, change them. Now I need some iron trains because I need a lot of these each, and I can I can absolutely determine how many I want of each. There's also the part, if you have generic trains, you have to think about the worst case scenario of they all get assigned to something. Can it get stuck? Can it get stuck if you send too many over to do iron pickups and iron deliveries or whatever? And that's the kind of thing that makes it, the generic solution, way more complicated. And then at the end of the day, like, what did you win? Oh, but you won the fact that if I now want a train that goes from anywhere to anywhere, then I just happens to do that. I just have to sort of put it into the network and then pull it out of the network, and a train delivery will be happy. Yes. But is that a realistic case? Like, if you're building a train-to-train network, Jan, sure. And we are back here with the 60 seconds left with 7 subs to complete the level 2. Right, so that means it's much more complicated, and you have to think about all the things that can go wrong when you do it like this. What I do is I know that what is the maximum number of iron trains, and then that's the number of trains I want in the network. So, but I don't have the cases where I suddenly need to import, I don't know, some random thing that I've never imported before. Like, oh, let me suddenly build a station that imports rare quality accumulators. And then I'll be like, yes, I didn't have to set up a train because it magically finds it. Yeah, okay, but how much time did you honestly save? because you still had to build the entire station and the factory that now, for whatever reason, needs rare quality accumulators, and you have to still have the station that actually provides rare quality accumulators. And the only thing you win is that little step in between where you make a single train that goes back and forth or whatever. And that's the thing that I think that you're not winning very much by making it generic, and you completely lose the overview. So I don't get it. I don't get what the point is. I haven't seen a single thing that would benefit from it. So, are good for generalization then? I suppose that would be nice if it's a massive scale. I can see a lot of potential problems though. I think the interrupts have a lot of potential. Massive scale, that doesn't exist anymore. The thing is, like, the massive scale doesn't exist anymore. With my base, I'm running 200,000 signs per minute. It doesn't need very many trains. If you want to make 1 million signs per minute, then yeah, you probably need a big train base. But there are 5 people building those kind of bases, and they don't need this. So the whole idea of having like these train networks, I just don't see them yet. I just don't see them, because you use a hell of a lot less trains than you used previously, because you have now the production split out on 5 different planets instead of 1, and everything is just so much more efficient in building stuff. So you don't need like vast swaths of land to make steel smelting. You just like need a tiny little space to make steel smelting. Like my entire base of my 10,000 signs per minute base is producing less than 900 steel per second, which was just like 8 machines of steel smelting and then done. And trains don't have quality increases, so because they don't have quality increases, they're also just absolutely shit for transfers. So it's just trains are worse and they're less needed, and you're gonna therefore have less of them, and therefore the whole idea that I would like the massive trains and massive train networks, it just doesn't exist anymore. Sure, you're gonna have a few trains here and there, and that's fine. I have 1,000 signs per second, and I need to transport them with belts because I could not get trains to work. Yeah. Yep. Because for you, then that's 4 belts. I'm saying like 1,000 signs per second. I'm just imagining that you have 960, because that's like, all right, cool. That's 4 belts. You can easily drag 4 belts. Just there we go. They are going to be happy going there. But imagine doing 1,000 signs per 1,000 anything per second in a train. That's nightmarish, because yeah, it needs to load really quickly. So it then becomes like, okay, so you can use it for like, rare quality stuff. You can use it for different things on different planets. Like Fulgora definitely has some parts there, but again, I don't think I win a lot from it. Would long belts be better than using trains then? Generally asking. Yes and no. It depends on, if you think about vanilla or base game Factorio, and then your base would be incredibly big. And in that case, if you think about that scale of base and then replace your train lines with belts, then the answer is no. But if you look in Space Age and then look at a big base, then yeah, sure, because a big base in Space Age is pretty damn small compared to what it was in the base game. And therefore, long distances are not that long anymore. And that's why I think that, yeah, belts are probably going to be fine for a lot of things. And maybe you can do something with trains, but I would hope that they fix the trains so that they are affected by quality. That's the very first thing that needs to happen for them to be even remotely close to viable. For mega basing. For normal basing, by all means, sure, you just make trains, be happy, but make liquid trains. So that's kind of how I feel. So that's why, like, parameterized, interrupt-based, generic trains, like, I know I could make a good video of it, and it could be popular, but it's not good. That's the problem. It's like, it's the same way as I designed the best fucking roundabout you've ever seen. It's using elevated rails. It's just fucking awesome. Except that you should never use a roundabout. So it doesn't matter if it's the best damn roundabout you have. You shouldn't use a roundabout. That's it. So don't use it. It doesn't matter that you optimized it because it's useless. So quantity trains as in more storage like chest. Yes, absolutely. Even for Agora, I've switched to mining scrap directly. Mining scrap directly, crafting into science and inserting it to rockets. Trains are too messy. Yep, I use trains a little bit, but it's less so. For the newer builds, I just belted it in. The newest build is 24 full lanes of scrap coming in. So, yeah. What's the problem with roundabouts? They have absolutely atrocious throughput and they jam really easily. So I never use four-way intersections because every time you have a left turn, you block everything else. And sure, you can then make it bigger and more cumbersome with elevated rails, but just don't do it. My roundabouts work brilliantly. I'm sure they do. But you don't need it. I heard a good quote. I'm going to quote here. Why fuck a woman with a dildo if you have a penis? That's my reply to you. You're using something that is not natural, and there is no reason to use it because you have a better tool available. So, so I think that might be... yeah. So, and then the chat degenerated. Sorry, it came to me as the perfect quote, but I see. Even Megabits doesn't need trains now. Nope, correctly. Pipes just replace virtually everything. Well, zero trains, and it's really easy. Yeah. Oh. Wild Factorio stream to tune into. Ain't seen nothing yet. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Okay. Well, we'll see if all the immature teens can quiet down now. Well, sorry about that. Yeah. So it's not it's not a matter of is it working. It's more a matter of should you be using this tool. Teens. Mm-hmm. Well, I can only sort of judge by the maturity, and then by that maturity, I would guess teens. So, not sure that there are that many teens watching these kind of streams here. It doesn't seem to have that kind of appeal. So, anyway, what we're going to do today is more of a workshopping. So, we'll actually be going into a separate map today that I have been setting up and preparing so we can do some design work. And I think that's what we're going to do now. Teens are watching the hot tub, just chatting. I don't know. 6 hours ago. 6 hours ago also, so we'll take that one. Good. We are in game. Let me get the overlays up. Yeah. All right, so now we are in a test world. And hi from Barcelona. Hello. So this is a test world that I have built based on some of the stuff we did last time, and just kind of kept tinkering with it. So here is we'll walk through it. We designed some smelting thing. Here is the problem, and I went back and forth a million times. This is only 40 and not 48. So if I wanted to do 48, it could not fit into a block. And then the question is, do I need it? Why do I want it? And I was like, I've always sort of been locked in on the whole, it must be full belts. And I don't know if it has to be full belts. I did it before where I sort of squeezed it one back, and then let it sort of lead in here just to see how it works. And I honestly just got annoyed with it. Right now, everything is flowing into these ones, which just delete everything. So if I didn't have that, then it would look much more nice and natural, and then it wouldn't be a problem. And this is also how a bus usually works, is that you either have too much or you don't have enough, but you never have sort of exactly enough. So either belts will be empty or they'll be overflowing. And so we have some smelting. I've had a look at this and I've looked at it many times. So we need to think about what do we think are the right numbers for a starter base. I have now set it up with 8 lanes. Let's call that 8 lanes of copper. 2 half lanes here for stone bricks, which goes into also make concrete, because we're going to need concrete a lot more than usual. Then we have these combined ones, which makes 2 lanes of iron and then 2 lanes of steel. And then we have that replicated 3 times. That's, for me, I think that's the best option. So that means we get 6 lines of iron and 8 lines of copper. Why do we get more copper than iron? Even though we're going to be using a lot of iron here, then as we progress later on, we're going to use a lot of low density structures, and we are going to use a lot of, like this base will be ending up making, the stuff that it will be make once it is at rest will be space platform for launching, and that requires steel and copper cable, so quite a lot of copper cable. It'll be making all of these things here. So that is more low density structures. This one, low density structures. Not low density structure here. This one, low density structure. So we're going to need a lot of low density structure, and low density structure is very heavy on copper and uses absolutely no iron. So once we get to the point of the part where we start needing to make spaceships, it's going to be very heavily copper focused. That's my thought behind this. Will this be a new season of Factorio? It's going to be not a season. It will be sort of preparing for another season eventually. But this is for a masterclass series. We need more steel, which is going to be a problem, but that is what it is. And then as the other things that we do will be a lot of processing units. And they are also copper intensive because they come from green circuits and red circuits. So I think that we need relatively more copper than iron, even though we need a lot of iron in the beginning. You can see this design here, it needs 22.5 iron per second, but only 5.25 copper per second. So this is not very copper intensive, but quite iron intensive to do the science. This is making 1.5 signs per second of each of the 4 beginning ones. When will you update the book in Patreon? When there's something to update. When there's a new masterclass. I only update it there. So, yeah, space platform needs tons of steel. Correct. And we may need to do more steel. And the difference is amazing. Now I have so much steel. Absolutely. And Mark, that's what we're going to do. But this base, maybe I should say that beginning. This is the base that we built. I will design it towards just the point when you launch the first rocket. So that means we get all the blue tech is available. No, right now I haven't done the blue tech yet, but have I? I've done some blue tech, right? Must I? This is not blue. No, I have not done any of the blue tech. But the idea is that we'll be doing all the blue tech, no purple tech, no space tech, no logistics tech, and therefore that's the state of the base when we leave Navis, because we want to make a base that it's a compromise. We want to leave Navis as fast as possible, but we also want Navis to continue to build stuff for us that we can use moving forward to sort of seed the volcano space until the volcano space gets up and running and takes over and does everything. So once you've explored volcanoes, going back to upgrade now is well worth it. Yes, and that will sort of be probably a different scale of masterclass later on, where we go like, okay, this is the upgrade. This is the upgrade session where we upgrade to foundries, for example. I think that would make sense. But in order for us to get foundries, we have to make it a consistent supply of what? Of calcite, yes. Mine productivity purple science is a nice thing to have. Now is keep making. Yes, but that's yes and no. It's correct. It's a good thing to have it done, but I'm not gonna make the purple science here. There's not much else to do. I don't know. I disagree with that. In a sense that, of course, sure, build that, but it seems like you're implying that I should make the base to also make purple science. I don't want to do that. I don't want to make anything on Navis except for stuff I have to build on Navis, which means biters and maybe modules because it's just more convenient to have it here. But I want nothing else here because it's inefficient. I will build it on Volcanus and I'll ship it here. Much better. Volcanus is just, it's so much better than anything else that it's just a little bit ridiculous how good it is. This thing though, this is the stuff we designed last time, and it really needs red belts, and also needs these two. I designed this myself. This is basically taking my design from the masterclass and just plopping it in here. It's kind of nice, I think. I think it's nice. 55 streak. Nice. That's a lot. Will there be a jumpstart base? No, there will not be a jumpstart base because I actually just... this one shouldn't be built here. This one should be built... Fuck. Here. Whoops. Yeah. Why are we... Oh, there we go. I was in map mode. Yeah, and yeah. And this one will then be... Oh, man, this sucks. What? Why are we not getting this? There. And you don't need to be here, and you don't need to be here. I'll fix this. We need to clean up all of this stuff. That one. That one needs to go. Good. Right, so what I need to do is actually here, get this one online. I am going to need some of this. Something like this. So that is now connected, and now I can't see what's supposed to go where. This is going to be greens. So, and then it's copper here. Good. The next one is steel, I suppose. I guess it's steel. That goes in here and gets it to that one. Yes. Yeah. Power postal now redesign whole base. Sure. but there are many different power poles, so I'm sure that you'll find some that fits to your liking. Yeah. And this. Good. That's the ironium, and then that comes in with the Colium, because that's the name. Colium comes in here, and then the Stonium is here. Oops. Or the Brickium? I don't know. There. And then this will be steel. Isn't it? No, that's gonna be this, the iron here. That will be the steel. Steel goes in, good. And then the here is the opposite, so that will be the iron. Yeah, there's a lot of back and forth here. And then the last one is steel on this line. Ta-da! And then that's built, except for obviously this one. So nice to build like this. Not a care in the world about having enough. We should always be building like this. There you go. Right. So here is where we need to build our next big design. Do you usually take coal and stone to the full length of the bus? No, I only take it where I need it. Stone is actually a little bit weird because that's actually only needed for rails, because I don't need it to keep it for purple. So it doesn't actually continue. Stone bricks, that would also not really be needed anymore. So anyway, right now we just bring it up here, but I'll shorten it where I need it. The coal is having an issue because this is relying on red circuits and sulfur. This will be the hub. Maybe this will be the hub. I don't know. I don't mind using 2 tiles here if they sort of connect like this. I'd really like that idea. But I want to reserve this for trains. I know it gets a little bit big, but that's just how it is. So for the question, don't know if this man's just joined in. Why do you design your own starter base and not just one? Use one of the existing Space Rush bases. Because this is better. There we go. I'm just waiting for someone to take offense to that comment. Damn it! I want to say something inappropriate. I don't know what's with me today. Love the bluntness of the answer. That is all that. This was the nice one. I could have said something else, but I didn't want to offend anyone. Well, I do, but if you didn't design, can you call it your base? Exactly. Like, based if design, I wouldn't say much point in playing the game. Well, that's totally fine. I'm gonna prove you again that we are teens. Yes. Right. So in all seriousness, why am I building my own base and not just something else? Because that goes for everything. Why not just use someone else's? I'm sorry, I'm the one who makes the design. I'm not the one who copies other people's design. And just to say that I'm going to copy someone else's design, but that's something that I have explicitly ordered or asked for Mark, or from the community, and Mark has come up with it. So I'm a content creator. I create content. What am I gonna do? Make a base that goes like, I found this thing on Factorio prints. It's pretty cool. I don't really know what it does, but it'll get you to space. Thank you for watching. Like, share, and subscribe. And it won't have my flair, my designs, my feel to it. So I mean, it's like, eh. So yeah, content, baby. I know these kind of videos. I mean, if I wanted to do YouTube shorts, that would basically be it. Like, I found this blueprint. It's kind of cool. Check it out in the description below. Also, check out the sponsor, Squarespace VPN. Right. So anyway, we this is. Do we want to go for oil? Because I think they'll have oil here, and then we'll have the oil products, plastic and sulfur, and maybe something else here. And then where do we get the reds? Because reds are going to take up a lot of space. If this takes up that part, then it's going to take up as much part. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. How come you're using wood power poles? Because by the time I make this, I don't have the other ones yet. While this one is not there. And I will transition, and I might just transition and just say I'm always going to make it with these power poles here. But I do think that, for example, smelting columns, they will always be made with wooden power poles because they're cheaper and they are readily available. Yeah, red sockets 2 block deep probably. That could be a thought. So it could be something like if we just zoom out and that's not how it works. It has to go to map view. Then it could be something like tag, add tag, that one. Like, oh, by the way, what the hell is this? Massive change. Oh, there are more icons. Nice. A gun. And a religious icon. Oh my god. I can't believe they did that. Oh no. Oh no. They didn't do that. I thought it was only Texas who did that. Oh. Saint Z Venom. Oh no. Can you please tell me I'm not the only one who's knowing about this? Oh no, that makes me mad. Yes, it does. Thank you. Ah, I thought it was only Texas license plates that did this. It's no moon. That's a crescent roll. Yes, it must be. Are your city blocks smaller than last year? Yes, they are. That is no moon. Unplayable. Yes. That's a satellite in front of the moon. Yes. Two small satellites in front of the moon. All right. So this is the classic thing. You have a crescent moon, and inside the sphere, you have stars. Like, how? That means the stars are between us and the moon. And if Gareth is here, I will encourage Gareth to go out and check his license plate on his pickup truck, because, I mean, of course, it's going to be a pickup truck if you're living in Texas. Then you'll see that on the Texas license plates, they also have a moon and stars inside the fucking crescent moon. Refraction spikes from the moonlanders. That's a really big refraction. Yeah, it's a very sparkly moon. But you could say that this is just, I don't know, you can't say a damn thing. It's a poetic moon full of sparkle. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Full of sparkles. Mm-hmm. It doesn't bother you, but not it bothers. Good. Good. Yeah. It's some nice icons though. Also, of course, like imagine how much it would have annoyed me if these icons were next to each other. Although I would be a little bit careful about rotational symmetry here. Just saying. Speaking of unfortunate rotational symmetry and the ideology that follows, I am so fucking happy I got rid of my swastika in the fall. I knew that was gonna be a toxic acid, so I was like, get get fucking get rid of this shit. And it is a toxic acid right now. Yep. So what did I want to click here? I didn't want to click anything. Oh yeah, I wanted to click something. Oh yeah, I wanted to click. We got a little bit distracted as we want to do. There, that will be. We'll try it like that. I just had a feeling that that would be a toxic acid, and I just did not want to keep it. So it'd be plastic. And sulfur, I guess. I don't know if we can fit more into one of these. Don't think so. I think we're easily overestimating how much we can put into each block. And then red probably here, right? But it's worth nothing anymore, so I can't really get rid of it without losing a ton of money. Yep. That's the shitty part about it. Well, that money is lost, yes, but if you also lose your car, then you have to buy a new car. So there is actually it sucks. It sucks when you have that, but anyway, I think this will be the idea. Although red circuits are more important than this, so I don't know if we'll switch it. Anyway, this will be the hub, and that's the stuff that we should probably do now. Boop. All right, so I'm going to be loading up a save from the other. I will call it like that. Here. Hello, Moon. Good to see you. Blueprint's awesome. Can't wait for the update them. Make great work. Thank you. All right, so this is the real base that we are working on. That we did some design work on, and I want to take the designs that we made, like this thing. This is what we made last time, and I like it. We'll just put it down here so we can migrate it to the other save. And I built this, but I'm going to be replacing it with something that someone smarter than me has made for us. And then you're all thinking, who could that be? And then you realize that it could be anyone in chat that's smarter than me when it comes to circuit designs. And probably also a lot of other things, but definitely circuit designs. We're just going to plop this one down because we want to get this. Legendary substations. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. There. Just get that one. And these are requesters, but we could do that as or Mark could be the one. Let's load up that blueprint. So let's find it. I still think I have that page open. It is, nope, it's not there. That's my city blocks. Why did I not save that? Under Factorio. Oh no, this one's scrolling too fast. I clicked the damn link. Oh no, it opens in Firefox because Firefox is slightly less awful than Chrome is these days. Isn't it lovely that that's our metric for success? Is that slightly less awful is the highest standard we can look at. Okay. So what we're going to do now is we're going to learn whatever this is. Last time, just for context. Oh shoot! I forgot something from my other save. Oh, I forgot the actual hub. These I have to go over here. Okay, end up overriding something. Checking consistency. We spent a good deal of time designing this magnificent beast. So let's make sure that we get that also converted over. Doot. Oh. There. Yeah, so this is the initial design. And then steel comes in. What? And another iron line here. And a red and green line, which I don't know what to do about. So here's the green, and where's the red supposed to be? There? No way. Yeah, no way. Maybe I'll just make it this one being red. We'll pretend that this is red. There you go. And then we get stone and copper in here. Stone is here. And copper comes in. There. So this is our starter hub. Oh, I love the fact that you can see what's there, but it's blocked. Oh, that's such a nice change. Nice. Okay, so you can see what's actually coming in here. This is all the stuff that we want to have a pretty constant construction of because we need it in high quantity. It's not fine-tuned yet in terms of sort of how much of each. It's just kind of getting started on building something. And then the question is, can we make do with the rest of this? Okay, so back to the purpose of the hub. Some things we want to craft and have a dedicated assembler for. We always want more rails. We always want more turrets for expansion, for example. We want more power poles, lights, inserters, belts, assemblers, that kind of thing. Just keep working. Always build, build, build. But there are also a lot of things that I just really don't need that much of. Oh, right, this is no longer connected because this one kind of fell out. There we go. That got connected that way. Yeah. There you go. Okay, so, and then the other thing, I would want to have some kind of design that is trying to make some of these things, but it'll be just building some of it, right? And then for that, to support that, I'd have a sushi belt, and then just go around and build stuff. Why not a bot mall after jump starting and rushing bots? I would say that it's... I'd really love to have my robots go somewhere else. Volcanoes first. And when you get robots, like, remember, we get robots at this pretty much the same time as we get science. Yeah. Yeah. Requesters just need space science. That's the bigger one, right? And that would mean that I would build like the smallest of small bases just to launch, and then build like a microscopic platform just to get the one thing. This where is it? That one, right? 500. So I need to get 500 science packs somehow magically whipped up, and then that one in order to actually start requesting stuff. I could do without the requesters. Then I would also say that as soon as I can, I'd change these to provider chests or storage chests, because sure, that's fine. Or not actually provide storage chests, just provider chests. So the robots can pick them up for construction, or they can be brought to my inventory, which is exactly what I want. But I can't use it for building a robot hub that just builds everything by robots, because that is after this base is done. Remember, this base is getting us to space, continuously making the stuff we need for some space platforms and some rocket launching, and getting us sort of started on Volcanus. That's the purpose of this base. And then it'll be chucking along, doing stuff, and then sending it out to Volcanus. But Volcanus will be our main base. That's the intention. Yeah, so we do need this part belted also because we need to get this started for yellow belts. So this is, why not jumpstart base? Because actually what we're going to do, jumpstart base, is actually we're going to start by making this one as the very first thing, drag it out, drag it up, and then drag it in here so that we can start making the belts, and then skip this one probably, but then start making the inserters and this. So this is also designed towards the very early game. So this is actually our jumpstart base, but it's just being able to be expanded with a few more things, because all the stuff that we have, excluding these three things, are things that we want in the early game, also maybe excluding the rails, right? So we want this immediately and always and continuously producing so that we can use it for the building the rest of the base. So we want this built immediately. That's why. And I didn't like the idea of building a jumpstart base. And the second you're done with the jumpstart base, you basically start taking the stuff that the jumpstart base makes and makes the next base. So I think that we can, if you think about this being the startup area, then we start by making a smelting column, and then sort of bring it out, and then start making assemblers here. Basically just stamp down the blueprint, and then you fill it up, and then slowly drag the belts out. You could just start by going from here and go straight up and then there, and then only later on sort of establish it. So that's why I've designed it this way. So it's a minimal distance between the copper, the iron build, and this one. It's also why I have the steel as part of the first block and not sort of all the way at the bottom. For two reasons. Both that, but also so that I have my trains coming in and they will always feed both iron and copper, or iron and steel equally. And it goes out here. So, making new rail blueprints. I have new rail blueprints already here. I don't really need a lot of rail blueprints, to be honest. So, it is so much more clear and manageable. Yeah. I don't know who that is, and I don't have any interest in it. So this space is not about the absolute minimum, neither in terms of space used or engines used. If you want to have the absolute minimum, go steal it from a speedrunner. But this is a base that that is small, compact, can run for the rest of the game, and will work. Do you build the station manually? I build the stations manually because I don't really need it. Factorio changed my life. Oh no. You have influenced how I play Factorio heavily. You've changed my life. There is a little bit of missing here in this context about whether it's for the good or for the worse. Like, drugs have changed my life. I lost my wife and job and house and kids, and now I'm a heroin addict. Like, well, happy to help. So, Factorio also changed my life. It changed it also for the better. I became self-employed on the back of Factorio. So yeah, it also changed my life. So, All right. So anyway, I will have my starter base here that will always work, or this belt-based hub, but I'll also need to build all the rest of the things. And you can see here all the rest of the things. I've tried to categorize them in different groups. That was a little bit by necessity, but also sort of also for, I think that it also kind of makes sense to have, you can then build with this one in when you want any of these, but you don't need to build the block that makes nuclear until you actually have the nuclear these ones are also something that uses red circuits, so you don't want to build this one until you actually have the red circuits, because then it starts working on it. This one's a little bit problematic because this, I think, actually requires red circuits. Yes, it does. And the side accompanier, so that might be a little bit of an oopsie. So actually, I think that should be taken out from here and should be put in here instead, which is weird. Right. But what this does, let's go through it. It says this is something you manually input in a constant combinator, how much of each thing you want. And then it will feed it into, I'll walk through it, it'll feed into a combinator that takes, no, it'll, okay, this is one input on the red belt, on the red wire here. The other red input is coming from how much I have stored in the box, goes in, becomes a negative number, multiplied by -1. And the two things now, how much we want minus how much we have, that will be a positive number if we still have something to build, and it'll be in 0 if we have enough. And therefore, this is right now hooked up to a box, but later on it will of course be hooked up to a roboport. But we'll have to, one step at a time. Then I say, okay, so what, this will now send out how much we want. And you can see here, this input has basically everything, and then it selects, this one is selecting input, the first one when it's sorting ascending. So it takes the one that has the smallest quantity, and then it sets that over here as the filter for outbound, and it sets out here as the filter for going out here. So anything that's when it changes recipe. We'll get to that. But then it sets the recipe here to build whatever it needs it. Actually, funny why it doesn't set the recipe right now. I don't know. Oh, it is. Oh, there we go. It is set. And then when I have built those 10 and it no longer needs to build any of these, then it goes on to the next one. The reason why I choose the lowest quantity is that if I chose the highest quantity, then I would have 100 of those, but as soon as I drop below 50, it would change the recipe to one of these, and then it would go build one stone furnace, then it would realize that now it has 49, so it'll change to steel furnace, and every time it changes recipe, it ejects something on the residual belt. What I didn't like about this is that if it changes suddenly, it just changes the recipe instantly. It doesn't sort of let it flow onwards until it's done. And therefore I asked in chat, is there anyone who can help me with that? And that's what Mark de Jonge was kind enough to do. So after the break, we're going to be having a look at what this does and try to decipher if we can figure out what it does. Cool. I'll be taking a short break. I'll do 3. Be back in 2 minutes. All right, welcome back. Let's have a look at this thing. So I think it starts the same way. This is the input. In this case, these are the 4 things that we want input. And we're going to be trying to trace it to see where it goes. The first thing it does is it has see, that does nothing except set the filter. So this is basically saying pick up, no, deliver. This is outbound, right? Yes, this is that arrow that way. So this is filtering outbound. Okay, that's one thing. That was easy. That's something we have. Then it also does that, and something is missing. Read hand content and set filter. And this is still whitelist. So this one is exporting everything except the stuff that should be built, but nothing is. I'm also wondering why this recipe is not being set. Shouldn't this one be set to set recipe? I think so. Yeah. So this is exporting anything except that one. I don't understand. What is this one doing? Because I don't see why this would ever be valid. Maybe it becomes valid later on. Okay, so this one will park and say, I don't get it. But it also says on the green wire, it goes into here. So what does this do? This one takes everything and makes it negative. Okay. Then this one is taking the random input. Ah, right. Okay. So I was doing the demanded minus the requested, which leaves a positive number. Here it's saying the demanded as a negative number, add the actual number, which means that I'll get a negative number if there is a request. And this one is taking a random input. I'm not really keen on the random input, but I understand it. So it'll just cycle through. You can see over here on the right hand side, it'll cycle through all of the inputs randomly. It won't cycle through it. It'll randomize it. Okay, and then outputs. So this one is now getting, what does that do? It says when a constant is inbound, and so on the red wire, when there's a constant C, that's probably an indicator of the fact that it has completed the build. Let's see if that's the case. No, it's not. Okay, then we'll see where we get that C from. We'll see. We'll see. And then it takes everything that's less than 0, so anything that's requested, and then just passes it through, which means, oh, C has to be 0, but it's not 0 right now. Why is it not 0 right now? Well, we'll see. Again with the C. So now we understand. No, we don't understand anything, because this outbound on the green wire goes into that one. And also that one. But also here. What the hell are you doing? Okay, you work as a memory cell, I guess. You multiply it by C, which is not 0. Okay, so I guess if C is equal to 0, it will pass on one of these signals from the randomizer. So when C is equal to 0, it'll pass it on. But when C is equal to 1, then it will be an actual output number here. But if the C is equal to 0, then there won't be an output here. And I guess this output, so it's kind of, it's a switch. The C is a switch between, are we selecting one of the random ones, or are we taking the one that we've selected and putting it into the machine? That's how I understand it. Okay, and then it goes from here into, not into the machine yet. Damn, why not? But it goes from here up into that one. Down. Why is it not allowed to put it out in this box? I don't get that. This is why it's a... Yeah, I don't get that. Where's this one supposed to go out if not here? Pulse increases the memory cell. Okay, cool. Interesting. But it will never swing. At this point, it won't swing at all. When this one completes one task, it'll just stuck here because it'll never go out. Because it's not whitelisted. But enable it, I don't know where the enabler is. We haven't gotten to that one yet. This to me looks enabled, but whatever. Okay, we'll tracing the green line. The green line goes into this one, which I don't understand, and then it goes into this thing, which I don't understand either. It's turning it around. Okay, because you're working with negative numbers. And then, as far as I can tell, the reason to work with negative numbers on the requester side instead of on the count side is that if we did it on the count side, you would have to turn the signal twice, and this way we only can turn. Well, we still turn it twice here and here. Yeah, okay. Well, I think that's just a design choice. The signals annihilate each other and the inserter. Yes. Okay, so now we understand the purpose of the green line. The green line here, this flips it around and sends it in here for a set recipe. But I was also like, shouldn't it have a... No, maybe shouldn't. Then what we don't know is where the C comes from. And I think that comes from here. Anything is less than 0. Now that I don't understand. Why? Okay, so this, when there is something to be crafted, there is a negative number. And the idea is that it'll craft one, it'll output, it'll craft one, it'll output, craft, until it has crafted all of them. Once it has crafted all of them, then this one has sort of iterated from -20 to 0, and then this one flips and no longer outputs a C, because this one is no longer true. Then it no longer C equal 1, then the output C 0. That means this one goes to activate and then pulls another, basically puts a hand in the spinny thing with the bubbles for the lottery numbers, and then puts the hand in and picks up and goes, we're going to mimic this now. Okay. I understand, because we're using the random input here, we have to count up to the requested number. Because otherwise it'll just craft one, and then it'll pick a random one, and it'll craft one, it'll pick a random one. And that means too much time spending getting resources in here and changing and resources out. That's no good. So, but I'm thinking, would it not be possible to cut some of the if I did this way of just saying, build the one that has the least, but still if it was only building the least, then I could just let it continue, because the one that's the least when you start is probably going to continue to be the least until it's done. And sure, it can get stuck if it's trying to make one nuclear reactor and I just don't have enough concrete or something. But it'll still get stuck if it then picks the randomly here, if this one. The memory was to limit the switching. Exactly. But you don't need the memory if you choose the lowest one. But you need the memory if you choose a random one. Because otherwise you would choose a random one on each cycle. Or you would choose a random one and then create X. I don't know. And then that's why it makes sense to pick a random one, create as many as we need. My only concern is that I would want to have multiple of these. And what if they are picking the same thing? Couldn't they accidentally pick the same thing? If you choose the lowest one, if something is using, say, electric poles, then it will also keep switching recipes. Yeah. It is. And that's... Then I think it is better to start something and then complete it. So we'll keep with the completing thing. But I think that... select input, sort ascending. Should be better. Or I would like that more, but that's not what it does now. So why does it sort ascending? Oh, because it's negative numbers. Sort descending then. There. So -20. The one is the largest number, i.e. the least negative number. Then and new that thing could be the lowest. Yes. That's true. The random one is just more random. Yes. Right. I like this. Except it doesn't work. But I don't know. I don't understand this one. So what is... Okay, let's turn around. What is the purpose of this one? Like this... No. What... Yeah, I don't understand the purpose of this. This one seems like... Okay, what it seems like to me is that there should not be a connection here. Oh, because it's negative number. Yeah, okay, so that was not it. Why do we even have this? What is the purpose of this one? Also use the memory cell, but count up with button number. I also have a combinator less. Remove the set filter. Yeah, but if I remove the set filter, then it'll export anything, and I don't want it to export these things here. When I switch recipe, so now we should see it switch recipe, and then I want the steel not to go into that box, but go out on the belt. There. But, see, I guess that's the purpose of it. The purpose is to prevent this, but it doesn't work. Mark, could you post the other one instead? Because I just looked at this one and... It's to take stuff out of the assembler. No, not to take stuff out of the assembler. It is to take the correct stuff out of the assembler. This is not the junk box. This is the real box. This is where I want the outbound. This is the junk belt, basically. The belt here is for junk. No, if I set it on the red wire, then it will have everything. Yeah, okay. But again, that means I can only have 5 items. Not working. Can't do that. Thank you, Mark. Much appreciated. It's different. Ooh, it's smaller. I like it already. All right. So what is this one now doing? This is now saying you're allowed to output all of the things. But see, this one doesn't work when I want... Okay, that might be a little bit much, but whatever. Here. Now you will see that it doesn't work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One of these items got lost. Which one? One of them. The barrels. The barrels got lost. Yeah. And now something else got lost. So I can't use this filter, or you can't use this filter as it is, because it means that I can only maximum have 5, which is a no-no. And I know I'm changing this is why I did exactly this, where I'm saying the stuff that is being constructed is going out here. Unfortunately, that means that when it changes recipe, it could be in the process of making something, and then that extra thing will not be put out here, where it should, but it'll be put out as a junk thing, because the recipe here has changed, but it hasn't changed into the assembly machine yet. Yeah, we can fix that, yes. But how? I'm new here, but I used a hysteresis method to solve the rapid switching back and forth of items. If you'd like the blueprint, I still as junk items issue though. The hysteresis is not really an issue here. But thank you. Yeah, let's Mark, if you're up for it, then I will I'll let you be the one who fixes it. If you use the green wire from the memory cell to do the selector. This is the memory cell. To do the selector. What? Yeah. I don't think so. So let me explain the problem so that people understand it clearly. The issue is that now we are constructing. This one is slowly counting down what it wants to make. Funny how it actually has already picked the next one. Isn't that weird? Oh. And then these get output here. So it works in this case, but it doesn't work if I, for example, start making something that isn't part of these random 5 ones here. Maybe test the current version first. You mean that so I find more mistakes? We'll keep that one. Okay. Where's the input for this one? That is coming here. So I need this belt to be input, but I can cheat it. This is the everything chest. It has everything. Man, this is slow. And let's see. This one is counting down slowly. But now this one is taking the one that has the least. What were the numbers? 50, 50, 25, 20. Okay, the least. Oh no, this should not be the least. This should be the least. Like this. This is the least. Okay, redo. Yes. Speed red hand for testing. Don't really like. I mean, yeah. I could do that, and I could do that. Okay, so now it somehow... What the hell happened? How did it break? It's... Yeah, this is not working. This is kind of... Some of it got flipped around to use negative numbers, but not all of it. Because now it says... Here it summarizes, and because I have higher quantity than what is requested. I have 22. This is weird. Oh, this one is only getting that one in. Okay, this is getting that one in. And then here, I'll have 2 negative numbers. But where's the part that filters out the negative numbers? They are the... Yeah. We had that over here. Huh. Yeah, we definitely need to remove negative numbers because there will always be negative numbers. Just stack size, roboport, pending orders from robots can turn negative numbers. Not if you like the highest number. Yeah, but then I get the wrong thing if I check the highest number, then it's just incorrect. Because then it will always do the stuff that is the most remaining. Which means that if I have many things that need 100, then it'll be 100, goes to 99, then it'll switch, 100, 99, switch, 99, switch. I wanted to switch as little as possible. And in this case, you can... Oh, right. Here it doesn't switch until it's completed. Yeah, okay. The memory sub prevents that. Okay. Do I want it to be... Well, and the point here is that if the highest number is a negative number, then it just gets stuck. I suppose that's reasonable. Yeah, and this shouldn't be long-headed inserters, obviously, but that doesn't matter. Random also works fine. Yes, but the thing with random is that if I was to do like this, then I could change it to be 1. Whoops. Here. Right? And then they wouldn't be doing the same thing. Even if I did that. Right? See, they wouldn't be doing the same thing. But if I did random, then I couldn't really guarantee that it would not be the same thing. Right now it isn't, but... I don't know, I'm just... The last comment. Pipsy Man, do you play Satisfactory? I mean... Yes, I dabble. I dabble a bit. Thank you, Freak, for saying so eloquently. If you found this channel and know a little bit about me, you should know that I do that. So yes, played it before anyone else, I guess. Yeah. They are checking different chests, so you would end up with twice as many. Yeah, this is the problem with this design here. You would end up with twice as much until you get the roboports, so you could have it monitor the roboport in robot network instead, which is what we want desirable. Only for Factorio. Yeah, no worries. But yes, I've played thousands of hours of Satisfactory. Understand the memory cell, maybe something you can use in a different way, but check if you want that. Or link the chest together. That's also... but then I don't think I can link the chest together without also linking... Yeah, okay. I think that linking the chest together is actually an option here. See, now they just happen to start with the same thing. But then they should only be making half of 64 plus 64. You were just 0 for a while. Oh, because it was emptying something. Okay. See, they're not very good at doing different things. Yeah, that's might actually. I don't know if this is the problem or this. Oh, if these inserters being fast is a problem, it really shouldn't be, because we'd want fast inserters. Yeah, doesn't matter. So this box only goes in here where it gets turned around, which will now be the sum of the both of those. So we just want to check it out when it's done. Okay, now it's done, and then means we should look at the total amount. Here, 128, 72, 52, 40, and 20. And what does that match? Yeah, it's all just a little bit over everything that is being requested, right? But it's not twice as much, but it's more because they might be starting the same thing and therefore they sort of complete them, which I don't care about. I don't care that it goes a little bit over. These are things that will be made in bulk. Selecting you want the highest with an index in this case. Yeah, the highest and then multiple index. Yes. Agree. But I still have the issue about... and now they start over. Yeah, so I still have the issue with the filters here, that this filter and this filter don't work. So we need to do something about the filters. I can't figure out how to do that because it gets entangled in all the rest of the crap. This is I think this must be one of the hardest things as a developer. Doing greenfielding is amazing, but then looking at someone else's shitty code must be really frustrating, because you're looking at it and go like, I wouldn't have done it that way. But do I then start hacking it in so that you kind of follow the other developer's logic, or do you just say, I have to restart it because it's faster, and then you rewrite it, and then the other developer gets it back a week later because you made a bug in it, and then they rewrite it back to their old ways? Yeah, coding standards, right? Ha ha ha. Coding standards, the least read document on the SharePoint server somewhere. Reading someone else's code was always harder for me, even with coding standards and documentation. Yeah. Maybe it was my comment. Yes, I probably did. Or maybe it was just a bad idea. Oh, sorry. Which is okay. Could it be an idea to export both the junk and the real output on the same belt and have a sorter to put the real products in? Yeah, I don't want that. I like this waste belt is a contingency. It's a I don't want everything to go on a belt, because then I constrain the belt and then I have to pick up from the belt and put it in a lot of boxes. I'm also still leaning towards using this design here. I'm just trying to see if there's something from this design that we would get here. So if I did exactly the same thing as saying the stuff that you build should also be the filter, but I can't do that because this, oh wait a minute, the stuff that I build is coming from here where it gets, what the fuck? Okay, so the green that goes in here is for setting the filter. And the red that goes out, I don't think this... I would think that's what I want. Let's see what happens when it changes its mind, and I have to do that, so that there will be a waste. Oh, that's a really big number it counts to now. Oh no! Yep, it's feeding itself. Damn it. Because of course it is. Yeah, this is the part about someone else's code, right? I need a filter here. But this also kind of, is it gonna be one big? All right, let me try to articulate up. Okay, if I want to build this and I want to provide you this blueprint, then I can do it in several different ways. I can say, hey, look at this. I have come up with all the numbers for all the things that you want to build in reasonable numbers, such as this. Like there's this one, and there's that one, and there's that one, and there's that one, and it's all good. But that means that if you suddenly start building, then for example, suddenly it gets to, I want 100 heat pipes, except you haven't researched heat pipes, and that means it gets stuck. So, okay, I just come up with a solution to that. That would sort of argue why I would want a setup like this, where there are multiple parallel inserters, and they all sort of do a subset of all of it, which sort of has a theme or is sort of the same kind of tech that is available. So you can unlock this when you have it. You can unlock this when you have it, but this one you can also unlock, and so on and so forth, right? So I think that makes sense. Now if I just had one big list of everything, then I would have the advantage that it's just one place that you have it. There's one inserter, and then I could either provide it with a baseline, and then you can add the stuff that you need, or I provide it with whole, and you can then remove the stuff that you don't want, or you don't have researched, and then add it back when you research it. And then I could have like 5 in parallel that takes numbers index 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, so that there are always 5 of them working at the same time. And maybe the first one gets stuck or gets built first, and then it starts working on something that one of the other ones is actually working on, because they won't be synchronized anyway. If you send multiple signals to an assembler, it picks one that is researched and positive, no selector, computer, or memory cell. If you send multiple signals to an assembler, it picks one that is researched and positive. Okay. But if multiple of them are researched and positive, then it will just choose a random one. So it doesn't really work. Also seems to do a reasonably good job at ordering by research level. So if all items are set to quantity 1, then the ordering tends towards simplest items first. No, it doesn't. I don't think so. At least I think it goes by this one. It goes the same way as other things, where it goes like this. This scan down here goes here, scan. That means radars are always towards the last thing that gets sent. That's how everything else gets scanned. So I think it's the same way, which of course tends to go, it looks like it's the simplest things first, but it's actually just because it goes top to bottom. Yeah, internal order ID, which might be something else. So yeah. It's not. It looks very much like it's the simplest first, because you get like wooden chests, and you get yellow belts first, and you don't get Tesla turrets, because that's kind of the very last things you get. And of course, if you're requesting multiple things, then whatever comes first, top left is first. But I've noticed it when this is exactly how, when you request to orbit, what gets selected first to be completed, then it goes by the same list, which is super annoying, because this one is really far down, and it'll start by sending all the belts and all the underground belts, and you go like, come on, now it fills up all of the inventory space, because it didn't bother to send the cargo base first. That's why I always send cargo base first, so that the cargo base actually gets started. So What's the point of radars when roboports give vision? There is a little point to at the edge, but not really. It'll build everything eventually. Yes, but it might get stuck if it accidentally selects the roboports. So I have an idea, and I just came up with that idea, which I think is a good idea. Obviously, I do. What I could do is like do something like this, say basic power, and then I could do another section. And then what I could do is just sort of have them unchecked, because then they are filled in, and then when you actually have that item, you can click it, and then it works. However, I still don't like I still don't know if this works with multiple. Do we think that this would work with having 5 in parallel? They fixed the cargo problem. They won't request items unless the platform under it has been built. An arithmetic combinator can actually compare 2 each from both green and red. So you can pass along the signal that don't have enough yet and let the assembler deal with it. Pass along the signals that don't have enough yet. I don't get. Yeah, I don't understand it. And it's not because you're not explaining it correctly. It's just I don't understand it. I just don't. What research tech is this? It's military. Okay. Like a week ago, it's a blast. Any tips for the very early game? Always get stuck on oil. Welcome. Always get stuck on oil. Yeah, oil sucks. Oil is a massive step up in complexity, like comparatively, right? I don't know. I don't know what it's so far gone the how to do that. What are the purple belts? They are cheating belts. They can invent or delete things. So this one is just set as deleter, but here you can also see we have purple here, and we have like a few things. That one is just inventing stuff for us, just so we can have this flowing. I think, yeah, for oil, you need a lot. I don't even know what to recommend with that. I'm sorry. Use is each red over green and each green over 0. Red being current. Okay. Simple recipe for oil that petrol start with. Yeah, makes it simple for beginning. Absolutely. It got so much better, yes. With fluids, it's also better now. Okay. I think I want to try this by building a single setup like this. There's something about if I give them names, then they pop up in this list. Yes, they do. And I don't really want to contaminate everyone's list with this. Or do I? Like that? Yeah. The problem with this is you don't belong here because you're not basic power. I don't even know if steel the thing is like, do you want steel furnace or do you want the stone furnace? You only really want one, because when you have one, then you switch to the other one, right? Are you starting a server? I did have community servers back in the days, and honestly, they were not really very popular because I'm not a multiplayer person. There was a time and a place when that was a thing, but it's not anymore. I don't have any interest in it, and when I was only playing Factorio and the community was exclusively Factorio, then it made sense to sort of, I played it and then the community played it parallel, and that might have made sense at some point, but not anymore. You make the multi-crafter. That's the one that Mark built for us. Okay, I need to... okay, what else? That one. That one. And also the offshore pump, right? Oh, and the oil pump. Yes. So now we just have to figure out how many of each do we want. It should always be at least the rocket capacity. See here? If it's not the rocket capacity, then it doesn't work, because then I can't export it on rocket. $50. Shit, I'm not gonna build 50 of those. Okay. And the next one is circuits. I'm just gonna mark this one out here because I know it's forgotten. No, it's not circuits. It is combinators. There. All right. So we just go that one. There. And then this one is the forgotten one, because it doesn't really fit in here. What about you? You don't require anything fancy? No, no fancy stuff. 50. Hey, look at that. Pucci, thank you for the 13 months.
Welcome home.
Getting a couple moderators help in Valheim was chaos. Or Patreon was. Yeah. It became a little bit... it was good. In Valheim, it was really good, because it's a game where when you die, you actually need someone to come pick you up, because otherwise it's just a miserable experience, unless you sort of allow the respawn thing. Why does the last combinator not fit? Because this combinator requires different tech. It requires blue tech, and it requires red circuits. So if I start putting it in here in the same time, it's the same problem as that. It also requires red circuits. Then by the time you think you want to build these things, you can't build that. When you want to build these, you can't build that. And then it's like, how does that work then? So I want this to be like, okay, yeah, you can enable this. And then there were some that you shouldn't enable because you don't have those techs available in the beginning. This is going to be a problem as well, because laser turrets are much later tech than the rest. These are available. I'll just say anything that doesn't require red, anything that doesn't require blue science should be always available, and then there'll be other things that require red tech, like this. So let's see, where was it? But we still haven't figured out a way to solve the problem of the missing of this one. So all combinators are researched together. No, they're not. This has its own tech, which is a circuit network prerequisite. So new advanced combinators, there's only one, but you can build two of them. So Mark, if missed that, yeah. If you want to, I'd very much appreciate it if you could come up with a way for your existing blueprint here, but with a way that this one is actually correctly working. I don't know why. The ideal case would be that it knows what is the junk, the ingredients. Like, I think that if the ideal case would be that it blacklists the ingredients of the recipe that it has. No, that doesn't work. Because by the time it changes recipe, it won't have anything. It'll just be, yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. Oh, you're working on it. Awesome. Thank you. Because then I'll work on something else. And then if you come up with a solution, then I'll be like, yay, awesome. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So that doesn't work. And then the next one is going to be like a red... No, we'll do military first. Good. That's... And it's not actually military, all of it, but I think that it should be. These annoying things. And what's the last one? Oh, flamer turrets, yes. Maybe you want them, maybe you don't. And then I'm going to put laser turrets over here because they are the odd one out. And now I get to the red circuits. This one will be the hub logistics, which is it's that one, it's that one, but we really also want the other ones. Yeah, and they don't come at the same time. Damn. Then I don't take these two. They come later. Damn. And then I'm kind of thinking these could go in here. Honestly, maybe this is like a group of itself. This is like blue science items. I don't know. Stuff that is we need, but it's required blue items. The blue science. That one. The advanced combinator is another one. And the laser turrets. And then this one will then be disabled to start with. Oh, also beacons or modules, sorry. Modules. This is also easy. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Don't know if we want that. For some things to be labeled as general red green science tech, then you can turn those off when you reach yes. Right when I say it, yes, but I didn't read it. And then this one is hub nuclear. Oh, we also need one with trains. For sure. Nuclear is that one. Let's get the numbers right. Boop. And then trains. Because I don't have any of the other stuff actually made yet. So this is going to be... Oh, what is this research? Yeah, so these are not going to be made on Navis. Oops. Hmm. 5? 10. Okay. So I like this. This is a very important one. Time-based solution, like you make one central clock, 60 seconds of production, 20 seconds of pause, change recipe in the 20 seconds, as well as clean the assemblers. Yes, that would work. But I think that's you're just adding 25% of all crafting time is now wasted with your setup. Plus, what if something has long crafting time and yeah. We're embracing the sushi now. Yes, there's going to be a sushi thing here. Okay. Now, we also need to craft all of the intermediates because they also need to go on the belt. So I need to go have one here. That's called hub intermediates. There. That's stuff that we need to craft just to have flowing on this collective belt because it's used, for example, this one requires a storage tank. So we need a storage tank floating around. And one storage tank there, for example. Since we want the arithmetic combinators or this advanced one, then we need at least one of these floating around. Since we want the gates and they need walls, we actually need walls floating around. There, not a lot, just one floating around, just one. What else did I? Oh yeah, gears. No, not gears. Engines. Blah. How much do we need for one of these? 20. Oof. Now we have, and this is needed for something else, and it sucks that I have to keep these floating on the belt, but I don't see a way around it. This is a mem, yeah, a mem, automol, hub, whatever, something. Yes, it is one of those things. And let's see. I'm just realizing something else. Like this is all nice and good, but I also have some other cool things that have to be made, which is hub. Space. Not just space. That one, spacebound platform starter pack. Nothing else, right? And then we have to figure out what these actually require. Space platforms have to float around. Fuck. That's not a problem. That's a problem. Electric engines. Yeah. So we need somehow to get electric engines in here, and we need to get space platform starter pack. We also need to make the rocket silo, which is going to be nightmarish as well. Concrete. Well, and concrete is used for what? For that one. And for nuclear. So I do need concrete on this. The rocket silo is also needing electric engines. And the cargo landing pads. Okay, so I do actually have 1, 2, 3, 4 items that require concrete. So it does make sense to have it. Electric engines. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 items. Potentially, actually, exoskeletons would also be something we'd want to do. I don't know. This is, what tech is this? No, blue tech, that's fine. We can actually do that. What? 96? Why 96 steam turbines? No, 84. That's the right number. That's the ideal ratio. I think. It's not 2 to 1. If only it was, it would be so nice. All right, so somehow we need under intermediates, which is going to be impossible because We need this. How do we get electric engines to be crafted, auto-crafted? Hmm. I don't know. Because that's not going to work. And this one disabled. I don't know about the hub intermediates of if they also should. No, hold on. These can't be made in the same one. Because they are not going out on the same place. Because this only goes out in the box. But I wouldn't want it to go out in the box. I want it to go somewhere else. Yeah, okay. So intermediates, I have to build that in a separate build. Which is okay, I think. Alright, so disable the intermediates. Boop. And the space is a little out of reach. We'll disable the nuclear and disable the blue items because they're not part of the design here. But everything else is already researched at this point. So let me just shuffle things around here. So it goes progressively. These ones, I want to delete it, but I don't want to delete it yet. I need to build another design here that can go hub intermediates before I delete the other ones. Because now I can delete it, and then it won't delete the category. It just deletes the category if there's no one referring to it anymore. The new fluid, would it be worth having a dedicated assembler at the site now? For concrete and for electric engines, you need liquids? No, I don't need it for concrete. I need, yes, for concrete, but I'm not building concrete here. Concrete is built as part of this design because I'm going to need actually quite a lot of concrete also for this part. So I'm actually deliberately not doing that concrete. Yeah. Oh, right. These are the easy intermediates. I also need the more advanced, annoying ones. Those ones. And that one. And that one. What else do we have intermediates here? That one. These are also intermediates. Pipes, yes, of course. There. So, you know, there'll be something floating. Good. Just joined. Is Nero's having fun with building automated mall today? I'm not building an automated mall. But I'm having fun. I know the lead loop, but I think that if this one... We're testing. Set recipe. It just refuses to do that? So it... Really? Oh, is that because it's not researched? Okay, maybe. There. Yes. Of course, assuming that I did it correctly, then it would be able to do this. So as long as I know which way it turns and then input the lubricant there, as long as it's only lubricant and only that, then we can do that, right? Damn, that sucks, man. It sucks. Okay. I think it saves the rotation. Yeah, I think so too. But it is the bigger issue is the fact that these are produced so ridiculously slow that if I need something there, then it really isn't going to be keeping up. So actually, I think that this hub is never going to be catering to these the space items because they're just too advanced, and by that time, I don't know. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know. It's 10 of each. They're not like vast quantities for the beginning and one and one. Because then there's also the option of just bringing it in some other way. Okay, so now let's try and see if we can do this. We haven't figured this one out yet because we're waiting for Mark to come up with a brilliant suggestion for it. And we can just snatch. Have a small hub if you want to check it out. Yeah, I think that's also what I'm going to do. Have a small dedicated thing for that. Because at that point, it's very close to getting the science or the robots, and then you can just make it wait a little bit, get the robots, and then get it done with the robots. And I think that's just better. So I'm going to take a break, and then we'll be back. And then we'll be starting to move this in here and see if we can get it. I somehow have a feeling that I want 5 of these. So let's see. I sent you a link through a whisper for the stream to check. About what? Right. Shop back in 2 minutes. All right, so we are back. All right, so now we have to figure out how to get stuff in here. That's a shitty thing to bring in wood. Stone has to be brought in. Batteries have to be brought in. What is batteries? Batteries. One thing. Literally one thing. That I don't like. I don't like bringing batteries in just to make one thing here. But how are we going to build it if not by like this? Yeah. I guess you're gonna be the odd one out again. Yeah, not gonna bring batteries in. Boop. Not gonna bring wood in, that's only for one. What is the stone being used for? Stone furnace. God damn it. That is so annoying. Yeah. Stone for stone furnace. Could I just make stone furnace here? Feels like I could. Almost. Barely not. Shit. Yeah, I also need the furnace for the boiler. I know, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it so much. It's so annoying that I have like things that I need one of. Yeah. For that one. Not even for rails anymore. And this one I needed it for the boiler. The goddamn boiler, that's really not... I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no. Like, honestly, what is the situation where we need these things? That's... Like, it's all nice and good, but this one I can make, sure, but am I gonna build it? Am I ever gonna need it? Like, the amount we need of this is so low that... Ugh. And this one can be made somewhere else. Like, it's only these two things, and then it's the damn small power poles. I don't have small power poles. Sorry, small power poles just not gonna cut it. I can't build it in here. Yeah, I've never used one after early game. Yeah. That's the thing, right? And you build it, and then you're like, well, whatever. This is part of the handcrafting phase. You build it. Maybe you need a little bit more later on, and then it's just, okay, handcraft. Don't care. I don't think it's something that wants to be continuously produced. So I'm going to kill that. And since I have it in here, I'm going to find a way to stare menacingly at this. How do we put it in here? Like, that would be fine. This would be fine, but then it doesn't have any leeway to get in or out. Obviously, I could just make it up here, but then it starts taking more space. This is the maximum I wanted out. If I did it this way, I couldn't get it. Split on one up, yeah. Yeah, I was also... It's the least awful option. But it bothers me that they are not online here. Inline. What if this one was moved up here? So that it would be this line. Then it could sort of swing up to that line, and then I could move all of these that require the stone and the copper one down. So that they got closer, and they would be aligned with this one. Whew. All right, let's copy the same thing here and then try it. Let's imagine this one comes up here. All these go one in. What is this even for? You need steel. Okay, so that was not necessary at all. Okay, well, that was good. We removed some waste. It looks better, doesn't it? But does it work? Looks way better. I'm happy. Now it's a very clean line here. Missing insert on turrets. Yes, turrets. Yeah, I like this. Nice. Boilers don't exist. I don't know what you're talking about. They don't exist. They're irrelevant. No use for them. If we have this, then making boilers is trivial. Okay, but that means we can kill that one as well. Because that's no longer an intermediate that we need to build. Okay, but concrete we do need. Steel, there, yeah, this all things that we need. Yes, good. All right. So this nightmare has to be placed over here. Now, how would I get this? How would I get this inbound? Ooh, okay, I'm sensing some problematic things here because here I have these boxes. So my overflow will just go out here and be put into a box and then it's out of the way. But I won't be able to have boxes here because I'm going to get it straight in from the bus line. Right? And probably like with a little space between them. That's because so I don't get in a fight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So something like this inbound. There we go. So that's a balancer. Here, I really want to try to balance with splitters to the supposed lane and prioritize input from the junk belt. Yes, and that was also my thought. But the problem is when this one gets going and then it starts, then it will output 1,000 steel, and then when it outputs 1,000 steel, then even if it's lower priority, it'll just jam the entire belt with steel. So I need to be able to get rid of stuff. So right now I'm just gonna gracefully ignore it, but it won't work with that. So. So I think I want something. Let's take this one here, and we hope that there will be a new version of this that is working. Ugh. The belt from the boss will fill the chest before the overflow gets a chance to come in. Yeah, well, you can just put a filter on the chest. So, but the thing is, I kind of wanted to avoid the chests. So, by the time you're gonna get nuclear, you're gonna already have bots to upgrade to chests, probably. Okay, so this thing here, how would I do that? First of all, that does not belong. And this one has to be redesigned so that it doesn't use long-handed inserters, because that sucks. Ugh, this is difficult to do. Do I have one of these just to, so I can actually see what's going on? Yeah, I need to have an inserter. Oops, there. This is the output. Output can be low, but input cannot. This one is not connected to anything, so that has to be like that. Oh, that doesn't work. This has to be like an... Oh, it's just kind of turning icky. Oh, why is this so bad? This is the least bad option, I guess. Let's pretend for it that it works. Oh, shit. This one just goes into a junk box. But the other alternative is that they also output on the same side. Okay, and out here we are going to have to do something. That's actually going to be a little bit more tough to do. Because I really wanted to do like that, which isn't going to happen. Yeah. Output priority out here. So I wanted to sort of get as much of it on the belt away from that. So it's easier to insert things. This means that now some of it is not counted. This one, this one. But that's not counted, and that's not counted. So the one thing I could do, I should also have a constant combinator determining how much should be on the belt instead of having it on the filters, right? Can I do that? Enable when green is less than green. That doesn't make sense because here I can't filter it with. Oh, right. I do it in a different way. We got to do a little bit of circuit thing here. First, I want to signify how much of each I want on the belt. First thing, we have no idea how much is on the belt, or on the spade on the belt. So we'll just try something. Let's do 100 of each. 100 of that. We need a lot of that. 100 of the. It's too much, right? No, probably not. I have a plan. We're going to be making a filter that says green when it's supposed to be picked up. And then I'm also going to have a red one that says if it's more than double, then it should be trashed. Because if I do that, then it can actually just output everything, all of this, on the same belt. I think. Each side of the belt. Fancy. Weird. So junk goes on the inside belt, and this could work, right? Maybe. Transfer the second grab on the main belt. Actually, I'm just going to put everything on the main belt, and then I'm going to monitor the belt to see if something has more than it should have, and then I'll start grabbing it out of that belt. I guess. Let's see. Stone. Don't need much of that. Copper. I think we'll take these numbers down, and then it's easier to scale them up afterwards. Reds. And steel. And good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that should be enough. All right. So now I will. What will I do? I'll monitor the belt. Yes. Which doesn't have anything on it yet. And then I will subtract. No, I will have this subtract what I have on the belt. Woohoo, freak! Thank you so much.
Welcome home.
How much is that? Tier 2 for 57 months. Much appreciated. The filter for outputting is never perfect, no matter what I try. Some normal output keeps being dropped on the trash belt. Yes. I think we're going to go away from the trash belt and not trash belt and just have everything go out on the same belt. And now I'm kind of working on a contingency for this because the trash is something that needs to be recycled anyway. So maybe that's something. Okay, so now I'm... Hey, Silver Cecil, thank you for 200 bits. You're still gonna need a trash belt because some recipes are going to trash finished products when they are more than the request of the combinator. Yes, well, no. I need to remove something from the main belt, maybe. But that's the part, right? How are you gonna get the icons on the truly unlogic stuff? Don't know. Whoa, Moon is gifting subs. Thank you. 10 gift subs. Ooh, hurry up and start a hype train. Maybe. That's a potential at least. Now there's 10 gift subs already put into a hype train. That's amazing. I am going to try this one out. Let's just see how it works. So I'm going to put some things on the belt here, just so that we have something. Just want to see that it works. And Anonymous with the 200 bits. There you go. Is it something? Yes. I love that. Oh, it eats it. It eats it. No. And Calorie Eater, thank you for the 30 months. Oh, what? Moon? Moon? It says Moon gifted 10 subs, but then it says Moon gifted 10 subs again. But it's the same one. It took a twice here. Okay, well, that's, I don't know why. Doing master classes? Yeah, we're preparing for it. This is less than ideal that it actually started. And it's a 404. Thank you for the 2 gift subs. Welcome. We're already a level 1 completed. Let me think. This one was supposed to be index 0. This is index 1, and this is index 2.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Index
Welcome
3.
home.
Index 4. And why is none of these changing? Ooh, Moon with another 10 gift subs. Thank you so much.
More shall enter the fray.
What? And Freak again. Another. Now it says Freak with a tier 1 sub for. Freak DC. There's Freak 317 and Freak DC. But Freak is both Freaks. Yes, that's why I got confused. Now that it was Moon again, it's like, hold on, is it Deja Vu? No. Different Freaks. All right, already level 2, and thank you so much, Moon, for carrying us to level 2. Where did I leave my... This is the one, right? No, this is the one. Yes. Good. And then I copy that into... Why the hell does it not change? Okay, now it does change. Good. Still would be nice if they didn't. Yeah, they won't until it's done. Yes. Anyway, so I can't really monitor this. I can't really do stuff about this. So, TLC makes the game 5 times bigger and 10 times more complex. That's Factorio 2. Yes. Doing sushi belt. I'm already doing sushi belts on in space, so nothing new there. Let's see. So this one, I really need to have something. Can I just do that? And then I need to see something working here. All right. So if you're sitting on a sub, a resub, or a prime sub that is not being used for your favorite streamer, then you can use it here. And I'll be very happy. And we can help the train go along. Good. So now that's a little bit of each of the things that we want, right? Still doesn't work. Oh, this one is... it was not filtered for both. Alright, so it goes in. Yes, so now we can get some updated numbers. That's good.
It fills you with determination.
Kunow, thank you for... Or Conowl, maybe. Thank you for the prime. Welcome. That's a little bit of the way forward. So now what I want to do is I want to take anything or each that is greater than 0. Greater than 0 means that I still need something more. Yes. And I'll put that as each. And here comes the pain again. Because that's all fine and good and stuff.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Tiramisu, thank you for the 20 months. All right, a little bit further. Little bit further. Kind of hard to see that we can get to the next with 1 minute left. Only 17. Oh, there was Signier, thank you for the 13 months. Ah, there were a few prime subs and hiding away and resubs. All right, 1 minute left, and we need 17 subs to complete level 3. So that is a problem, isn't it? Yeah, only 5 filters possible. But I could say that, you know, there will never be more than 5 things here. Curious Boy George, thank you for the 7 months of Prime. Thank you. And, ooh, Super Sun Cup, thank you for 20 gifts up. Wow, I had already signed off on this one. But amazing. Thank you so much for that. Oh, by the way, Gareth, did you check your license plate? We talked about your license plate earlier in the stream.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Catherine, thank you for the 6 months of Prime. License plate, yes. Go check your license plate and see if it has the same problem as that. See the stars inside the moon? And I was saying, only place I've seen that is in like children. Well, actually, I didn't say the children's book, but children's books I've seen this particular problem, and also on Texas license plates. They also have stars inside the crescent of the moon, which is, yes, exactly as you would expect. Have a solution for the 5 filter limit. You need to read content from the assembler and read recipe constant combinator signal in decider combinator with each higher than 1 for both red and yeah, I didn't get that. But the problem is that it doesn't work. I'm almost sure that what you're suggesting isn't working because it changes, and what you want to get is what it was before it changed, but it has already changed and it has no memory of what it was before. All right. Well, Hype Train got to thank you to Super Sun Cup. Thank you for the 20 gift subs. And so Super Sun Cup with 20 gift subs and Moon with 20 gift subs. Though that's how we got to a level 3. So if we want to get further, remember, if we get to level 5, we add an extra hour to the stream today. It's also sometimes used in Islamic areas, Turkey, think old Ottoman Empire region. Is it? Oh wow, that's it's a while since you dropped by and dropped the sub, Thornfist. Thank you so much for the 24 gift subs. You dropped the sub and then I said, hey, it's been a long time since we see you, and I don't know if you replied, but well, now you're here. Thank you so much. Wow, level 4 completed, and then we sit here for 4 minutes. Where it keeps yeah, you did reply, and I actually did look at it, and yes, so a little bit of overlap. Oh, yeah. Islamic flags. The star in the crescent. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So this thing theoretically should work because by the time something gets fulfilled, then the other ones will stop working, right? Then there will be less than 5 active at a time. Let's actually try that. The funny thing is now it doesn't even know which one it has to do. So I'm just going to do it in the sequence that they are available. Oh. Still, train. Can we get a little bit of progress so it doesn't sort of have to come down to this last second? It would be nice if we could sort of get to some percent so we can at least have a hope that we can make it in the last seconds. We need concrete. That's gonna be here. I hope. I'm hoping for the train, of course. My favorite kind of train. Something is in the way here. Nope. Doesn't seem like this is... And the next one is... Two minutes left. That goes green. And then the red one, I'm just going to cheat that in because we haven't built the red ones yet. And what was the last one? Copper, of course. And we're almost down to 1 minute. Okay, I think we got everything we could out of this train. It doesn't look like it really wants to get there now. So this should work because it'll then flash on. We can definitely have 200 of each. This is working. These are the new city blocks. Yes, very nice. And there should be a masterclass tomorrow with some of it, not all of it. Some of it will be saved for next week. This one's not going to be done today. And the train is out. 45 subs to level 5 for a bonus hour. So much more compact and looks so much nicer. Thank you. Oh, right. I have to remember that I also need a lot of other crap here. So this is the design for this. This is design for this. No junk storage, but we should have some that says, what if I now have more than 50% extra? And that was the hype train. So level 4 trains, thank you so much for getting us to a glorious level 4. Nope, extra hour today, unfortunately, but yeah, okay. Hype train complete level 5, but it wasn't a level 5. It was level 4, but it was 1% towards level 5. It's so confusing. Okay, so what I need is this thing here. Now, should I just make exactly the same as this, but just kind of down here? Yeah, but not you. Not you. Where's my... This is my junk storage. No, I didn't. Didn't I fix my junk storage? No? You should not be doing that. I thought I fixed it. It's this one. That one. Here we go. And I'm going to cut that out, and I'm going to place it down again. Okay. Oh, no, you're not supposed to go out there. You are actually going to be opposite of all the other ones. You're simply going to take everything that you make and just put it back out here. How am I going to guarantee that you're not going to be overdoing everything? That is by controlling it according to what? I have to control this one according to... I need to pause it. I'm getting confused. So usually... Yeah, I just ruined it. No. That one. But instead of the content of this box, this thing here, the content of this box goes in here, gets flipped. Then it should actually just be not you, but this one. And then instead of the red one going into here, then I should get that from that. Yeah? That output signals everything? And how does this work? Then it goes up here. And then the highest signal... Okay, so why does it not work then? Yes, C1, it outputs that. But why is some of it weird? Okay, I don't get it. I messed it. I messed it up. I don't know how I messed it up, but it doesn't work anymore. It's also like I lost this output. This one is not outputting anything anymore. Like, fuck. Okay, so I just instead of this box, this is only connected to one place, right? Yes. Only connected to one place, and that's this one. What the fuck is you... What if... Yeah, don't care about that. So the only thing I need now, as far as I can tell, is that that is the content of the box, which is going to be exactly the same as the content of this box. Because it's the same thing. Yes. Output. It has an output signal. It has an output signal. It has a freaking output signal. Why does it not... What the fuck? Why is it... Why is... Start conditions, right? Yeah, it's start conditions. It started just defaulting to something wrong, and then when I overrode it, it was stuck. Yeah, okay. And I don't like this filter. This filter should not have a filter. Doot. No filter. Nope, no filter. Just whatever you have, put it out there. Okay, so let's have a look at this one. It's now counting the red circuits versus the red wire versus the green wire. When they are equal, then it stops. We hope. Let's see. There's not enough. There we go. Why does it keep doing that then? I hate circuits, man. It doesn't change. Like, all of this doesn't go in here anymore. This doesn't... It looks like it's... How the hell is this input signal not going in there? What the fuck? Look, there's an output signal from this one, but there's no input signal. Why? Because I multiply everything with each of these by -1. Why is there no... Oh, fucking hell. Green wire. Oh my god, that sucks. Red input not enabled. Green input not enabled, but yes. Right, so now it's set to sticks. But it still needs to run this one done. So when it gets to 16, then it should switch. It switches and it starts again with the same thing. Why? Because it's still... I don't get it. Now it's just 17 of those. Just send you an improved version with comments. This is why this is so sucky. Like, whenever you get embroiled in combinators, you get into all of this shit about start-stop conditions and all that stuff. Oh my god. That reads only half the belt. No, it reads all the belt because that one is connected to that one is connected to that one. So it reads the entire belt. But I don't understand why this doesn't work. Like, I feel that I didn't change much. And yeah. But it just only wants to do iron gears. And how many iron gears do we have in the belt? Well, we don't know. We only have... We have 12. Okay. But does that mean that it's... Yeah. Okay, so it does take the biggest one. Is that because... Maybe it is correct. That no matter how many gears we make, we'll always only make gears because gears just need more. Right? And then I would say... This one definitely needs to go up to 100 so that we have enough iron on the belt. Let's see if that works. Okay, so this one will always be stuck at that, but... What the hell are all those? Yay! Something is not working. And they're not being put in here. Why? Oh, because the fucking fives. God damn it. What is the intent behind this build? Infuriate me endlessly. Improved version fixes the filters. All right, I'm going to look at that improved version. Thank you. Could you share it on Factorio bin moving forward? Because now I have to download it and open a text editor, and yeah, we like overloading. What the fuck is that? What is that? That's not it. Is it? What did I just download? What is that? Is this the right blueprint you provided? No, that was not you. Ha! That was someone else. But you did send it at 9. Oh, no, that's it. We'll try that one. Dynamic builder. Ah, right. Okay. It's because I'm in streamer mode, so I can't see the names of anything. I can just look at pretty pictures. Okay. What is this now? We have to debug it all the way from the beginning, but let's try it. This is where it goes in, and then you have a trash thingy next to it. Okay. Where do we start? We start with this one. These are the combinator thingies that you want to build. That goes only to one place. It doesn't connect to the green wire. It only goes in here, which will be combined with the content of the box, the final storage box. But they're both positive. What? Why are they both no. What? That makes no sense to me. That doesn't make any sense. They're both going to be positive, and then subtract. Oh, you subtract red versus green. Right. Nice. Much. Yes. Perfect. Good. Read description. I mean, come on. I mean, I said I have a master in science and engineering. Do you think I read the instructions? Do you think that's the first thing you throw away when you buy a new IKEA furniture is, of course, the instructions, and then you start yelling about how the fuck is this about? This makes no sense. So yeah, it's not the first thing that comes to mind is reading the manual. Learn from the mistakes of others. No, I don't even learn from my own mistakes. If I can't learn from my own mistakes, I'm certainly not going to learn from your mistakes. Okay, so now we have the one subtracted from the other. So I guess we have a positive number, which will then go in and says, if it's a positive number, then that is what we're passing on. Okay, so far, so good. Where does it go from here? Then it goes into that one, where it takes a select input, the largest number first, but that's going to be a positive number. So it takes the largest first, okay, which will then go, it's much simpler, this one. Then it goes into, this is probably the annoying step then. What? Yeah. Okay, so this is the C is if the variable C is 0, is passed along the selected positive value to put into memory cell by the next tick. Yeah, okay, so this is either, do we have something? If yes, then ignore. If no, then grab it and then flip it. Then flip that switch. Good. And then that passes on. That also gets something else. That gets the summary here in the memory cell that goes into the memory cell, which gets put into here, but it also gets the how many times it has grabbed things. And why does this memory cell not go? Oh, right. It doesn't tell how many times it has to produce it. It just tells whether it should continue to produce it. Because from here, when the memory cell is reaching 0, then it will stop sending something and it'll pick the next number from the list. Yes. And then from here it goes whoop into that one, which is just keeping it so that it doesn't alternate. So this is the memory cell. And then from here it goes into that one, which just makes sure that it's a positive number. And then it outputs as a 1. Does it have to output as a 1? What does this do? The output the correct selected recipe without influencing the memory cell. Oh, right. Oh, it's just making sure that the memory cell doesn't leak into this, which leaks into this, which leaks into that, which leaks, and so on and so forth. Yes. Yeah. So this is like an insulation more than it's anything else. Goes in, sets the recipe. But how does it check? This is blacklisting and this is whitelisting. Mm-hmm. Oh, so it rotations are not part of the undo buffer. And this will then be replaced with a belt. Sweet. Awesome. Looks amazing. And it's smaller. Oh, I like smaller. I think I want it that way. Okay, then I do think that I have to remove some junk from the belt. Yeah. Why are these? Oh, this because there's no. Oh no, this is the problem. It gets stuck. It gets stuck. No. Yeah. Okay. That's because it was a reference. It was not the same. Oops. They really shouldn't have names here. Why is it even 20? That doesn't... There. And then you go away. So that's the one. And I have to... See, that one I just destroyed. Guess we're gonna use this. Yes. Okay. And I take that out and put it back in. Ah, this also has to be changed then. That one is index 1. That one is index 2. Index 3. Index 4. Okay. Cut. And undo. So that it selects something new. You can go away again. Maybe I should have tried with just one thing at a time, but no. Let's do everything all over at once. Belts. Why are we just yelling belts? 2 counters. The green wire contains the selected number of recipes wanted. The red wire contains how many times the recipe really got outputted. Yeah. So yeah, these will keep flickering. These two should probably be changed to the new format, but I don't know if that can actually be done easily. This one seems overly complicated considering what it should do. This one should just... Yeah, it should just do this part, right? I think it's much simpler. Let's see if I can replicate this simpler by myself. What is it I want this to do? Let's try and build it like that. And I like the design idea here. Oh, it's a little bit past 11, so we're going to take a save, and then I'll try to do that after the break. So we have a nice little build here. Okay. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Thank you very much for joining. Be back in a bit. Right. Well, thank you, Mark, for doing all of this. And it's okay if you have to go to bed. Just let me, or just have to tune out the stream. Just let me know so I don't sit here and yell at you. I also think that we're at the point where this is really working, ish. It's working ish. And this is just one of those things that's going to take forever to get done. Interesting. Just which one is it we should look at for the list of things that are available? This one is like, I don't really get why this is not working. Shouldn't this one be doing engines? Because engines are positive number. It's so weird. I just don't understand it. I don't understand what this one's doing. So this one is getting the green wire coming in is all the stuff that's running around on the belt. Cool. There are no engines. Then this one is taking the stuff that we want to have on the belt minus the stuff that's already on the belt. So any positive number is something that's still not there and we really want. And that's because this one is index 0, 1, There we go. Index 1. Oh my god, these kind of things, man. These debugging things. But found it. Alright, let me redo. Why did this one stop now? It's because it says it has enough. Okay, it says it has enough. Then you should be working. You are, slowly. Alright, I'm gonna rebuild this without a million billion inserters. See if I can do that. So what is it I want to do? I want to say, I have... This is what I want to build. Let's try to build it. This is what I want to build. So by default, I'll just take whatever we have, minus that one, build. That one goes in here. So now we see everything on the belt. And then I take a red wire here, so I can subtract the red from the green. Then that is each from each. And then it's, I don't know, red minus... Oh, that's the wrong kind of thing. It should be one of these. So it's actually the green, no, the red minus the green. And if there's a positive number, then get it going. So this is the red minus the green. And then we get a positive number here. Yep. And then that we just ship into this one. No. We do. Actually, shit. Can't we just do that? It flickers. Yeah, but it should filter greater than 0. I don't actually need to, right? Do you have stream set to 1080 40? Who? Who are you asking? Could use negative constants. Saves the combinator. No. If I use negative constants. It's all super intuitive. Tell me how many you want as a negative number. No thanks. Yeah. Basically, I can then do this. That should make it less. It doesn't change it while it's in motion, right? Hey, Tallman, thank you for the 70 months, and it's a tier 2. Beautiful.
Returns. Welcome home.
I did not actually link these together, so they're all making the same damn thing now. Haha, that's beautiful. How would I link them together? They are actually, I should just link them together like this. I think. I love this is typical me. Just like, I think I know what to do. Implement. Instead of just taking a second, thinking about it, and then ruining everything. And I go like, oh yeah, maybe I shouldn't have done that. That doesn't look great. It looks better if I did that. Because now they all share the same and they all share the same into this one. So that should make them stop doing whatever they're doing. I'll do this and then have them start over. Here, there might be the case where they actually change the recipe, that they grab something and then it changes. But as long as I take the one that is the most of, then it should work, right? It'll take the most important one. I'm just kind of thinking that there's way too many things here. And then if it changes... a little bit aggressive, those. Also, when we're playing in editor mode, then there's no music, unfortunately. So, there we go. It changes, but I don't know if it actually matters. Are you taking the one that is the most and is positive, or just the most? It's the same thing. The highest number is the same thing. But if I take a negative number and put it in here, then it won't set a recipe because it's a negative. I'm not filtering out. Let me just try it. Yeah, the ignores luckily ignores negative. Yes. That's why I don't need to filter off the negative numbers, I think. And then, so it does kind of change once in a while. See there, it switched over once for something else. There, pipe, and they never got to set the pipe. This is way simpler. It's not as robust, but for things that just, for literally these things here, it is completely irrelevant. Because that's a 1 to something, 1 to 2, 1 to 2, and 1 to 1. This is 2 to 1, so this is the only one that can be interrupted. To be fair, can you just make 4 assemblers for the 4 intermediates? Yes, I can. Yep. In this case, it might actually be valuable to do that. Especially one for iron, because that's a little bit more important. But I think it's much better to do this. Oh no, why are they... Why? What is all of this junk? I have a tendency just to accumulate blueprints when I'm in editor mode here. Okay, so let me think and see what you think you want to do. Oh, you want to make 77 of those? Here's the problem with this design. I'm not trying to shoot holes in it, but what happens in this case is that now this one wants to make 22, right? And when it makes one more, 20. No, why are you doing that? Because now it's, why is it, no. This is no good. It counts up, this is never gonna stop. Because it should stop when it reaches here. This makes sense. It doesn't make any sense. What the fuck is going on? What the fuck? I don't know what these numbers are. Like the 13, the 60, I don't know what that is. It's so confusing. See, output signal. This one says it wants 58 more or what? The giant boxes do something. Maybe it did. But the thing is that, okay, so I think that I know what's going wrong. The thing that needs the most is currently this one. It needs 100. So the first machine gets started and says, oh, how many do you need? 100. Cool, let's start a process that says build 100, go. Then the next one says build something else. That completes. and then it's now the next one that's most important, or something else has come in, and then it picks up the same thing. So now they have 2, but now the second one says, oh, I still need 60 more. So then it starts making 60. That means the first one is counting towards 100, the next one is counting towards 60, but they're not going to get stuck, or they're not going to change later on, because they won't reach the goal. This one will never reach the goal because it's already decided. What is this? It counts towards 35. I have 35 here. I have 25 here. Why are they not connected? Like those 27 plus those 37. Those should be added up towards the 100 that needs to be done. See 100 here. And this one, 83. So this one switched a little bit later. But why does this say 30? Because it's counting how many swings. It doesn't count how many there are there. It counts how many swings I've done. So this one has produced 32, 33. Yes, that fits. And this one has produced 42. Yeah, that fits. But I wasn't designing it today with that in mind. I was still thinking about separate machines, each with their own recipe. Yeah, that's totally fine. I'm not blaming you. I'm extending it like this and try to see if that would work. I just kind of, if we have it for separate things, I think it's better to do it for separate things, right? I was doing this and I didn't dislike it. Like there's room for it. What was what was the problem with this one? Yeah, the problem is that this is not robust. It doesn't sort of get started and then continues. This just builds whatever is most in demand, which in a static case like we are now, it's fine because whatever is the lowest will always be the lowest. But if we are sort of constantly building things, then what is the lowest and therefore what is being filtered might change all the time, and then it never builds. Yeah. Yeah, the red one counts the outputs. Yes, so the red one counts how many this machine has made, not how many are actually in the box. Because when this, which is perfectly correct, because when this one is a provider chest, then I don't really care how many are in the box. Actually, don't I? No, we care how many we needed to craft at the time that it started the craft. So if we needed 45 when this one was selected, then we craft 45. It doesn't matter what else happens in the meantime, we craft those damn 45. And when we're done with that, we evaluate again and check again what is now needed, and says, oh, we've already used those 45, so now make 35 more. Okay, then he gets another build command of 35. So that's kind of how it works, which I think is perfectly fine. It just doesn't work for this case where I try to extend it like that. I don't know if I want that. The advantage of this kind of design where it's splitting is, for example, let's take this one, right? I suddenly start making some oil, and then suddenly I need all of these things. Like, oh, I just stamp down this and some of this and some of this and some of this and some of this. And then there's only one assembler that has to build everything up again. And if I then want to make more oil, I would have liked to have like one assembler doing this, another doing that, another doing that, another doing that, and so on and so forth, so that it would faster recover. But if I group this in and say one assembler is assigned to this, then it's they have to build sequentially instead of in parallel. Just a question if you want it. I haven't really thought about it. I'm trying to think about it. This is what I'm doing now, like advantage, disadvantage. Most of the time, this will be building for space. And that means things will be requested in rather large batches. These will obviously not stay in the network, right? Because they take way too long. But this is also a good example of like hobby blue items. Like there's no way, these are 15 seconds each, so 50 times 15 seconds plus 50, 50, 50. That's way too much crafting time spent right there. And if a ship comes in or whatever, I start building something and I go to my, let's say my science and say, oh, now it's time to put production signs in. Oh, I'm missing some production signs. Well, that means the assembler that's assigned to that is going to be stuck forever and ever just making production signs. So I think that it's I think this is pretty cool to have one list. I don't know if it's viable, because that means we have to go away from this this idea of counting how many have been crafted, because that's not going to be a good measure unless we sort of say how much has been crafted across all of them. Would that work? I don't know. I don't know. This is the red one is both setting filters and reading hand content. Yeah, if I set filter for all of them, then I'm just messing up, right? No, not really. I'm making things a little bit less consistent. But oh yeah, that's messed up. Lovely. Because they can only have one filter, I guess, or what? No, that okay. Well, somehow they changed things. That was probably not a good idea. Yeah, here we can see the issue. This one starts crafting, and then once I've crafted all of these, then it goes over and starts that. Oh yeah. I think we want to remember the recipe that has been selected, but the count of the recipe live from the boxes. That would be very different designs. Yes, it would. It would actually. But this is one of the things that I was thinking about with this. So this one is saying, when you look, you say, okay, the stuff that I need the most of is repair packs. Good. How many? 100. Cool. Issue a command, build 100 repair packs. What if instead of saying, now I kind of wanted to keep working until it is no longer the most, until it's 0, which is different. Big CZ, thank you for the 16 months. I kind of wanted to say, okay, now this is locked in. Just continue to build this until the demand from the network is 0. Which is a different thing than instead of saying, I want to craft how many I needed at the time that I selected the recipe. But basically select the recipe and then we just go, keep going until, even if it gets requested, just keep going with this thing until it reaches happy. No more. And then it can switch again, which means the reset criteria would be not has it crafted enough, but the reset criteria would be is the amount equal to what we want. A random combination and to pick a random index again. No thanks. That's doable done. Oh yeah, don't worry, Mark. This is not for tomorrow's masterclass. Masterclass tomorrow will be about this setup here. That one and maybe this. I'll just kind of set up how long it takes to design this thing here, because I want to design it on camera. This is just copy pasted. This is copy pasted, but I still have to explain a little bit about it. And then I think that next week's episode will be about the hub. So we need to have Sunday and Wednesday next week to really just nail it. That I think that's what you want. It's on Discord. Thank you, Kaloida. Did you tag me somewhere? Because I don't know where to look for it. On the blueprints, maybe? On the stream chat, who knows? Slow mode is enabled. Yeah, I can't see name. Oh, it's stream chat. Okay. More advanced outrunner. Can handle more than 5 items, multiple machines. That one? We'll take a look. Let's have a look at what this is. Do. What is this now? Is this the solution to the 5 things, or is it a solution to something else? But this is not. So the boxes are linked. Okay. What is the stop condition for when it wants to? Okay, let me see. Is this using X2? Yes. Okay. Okay, and they have the same. Okay, that's not the greatest. They have 2 boxes. They really should probably have only 1 box. But now it's making the same thing. So what is the stop criteria for this one? It uses the content of the boxes. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking it should do. As so that means now it. Let's see if I can pass all the way through this. This is a funny little run around here. Okay. Wow, it's a. But then it also should only have one of these out here. No, covenant blue. No, we'll pass through it since it does probably the same as the other one, but marginal difference. What the hell is this one doing? Okay, this is just panicking because now it's good. All right. So this one is saying build a little bit of each. Why do you want to send so big crafting orders to a single assembler? Could you not measure the content of all boxes and identify the top 5 missing items, then send the crafting order for the most missing item to the first assembler, and it has the recipe until the outsider has swung once, then it gets assigned a new crafting order? Because that means... Okay, I need to answer that because it seems like a great idea until you have... nuclear reactors. So you just craft one thing to input. You input 1,000, 1,000, 1,000 plus 500, and you craft one, and you output all of it again, and then you figure out, oh shit, I need one more. Like that's why we want. That's the reason why you want to issue big commands, because you don't want it to eject all of the residuals. Like even something like this, you really want it to create all the oil refineries you need when it starts oil refineries, because otherwise there are 5 items that need to be ejected. That's why. Good. Let me try passing it. Okay, it sends a red wire here. Red wire is comparing the difference between the red wire and the green wire. A green wire is coming in here. That's the content of all the boxes. Yes. Okay. So this, and then it outputs the stuff that we need. The stuff that we need comes out on the green wire here and goes into 2 different places. It goes into this one, which does something. What do? You are only... Oh. You are selecting the stuff that's positive and then setting it to 1. So this is the build command or what? No. It goes into that one. Okay. I think I need to reload it again so I can see what happens. Yeah, so this one just converts it to 1's. Why? I don't know. Then this one is taking each and multiplying. Oh, that's clever. That's a clever way of doing it. So it takes whatever... We don't know where the red signal comes from, but that's kind of, I think, going the other way around. But then this... So this part here is figuring out what is potentially to be crafted. That's these two things. These are the potential to be crafted. Okay. Then let's walk the other way around here and say you go into... It both goes in here and here. Okay. So what is the first one doing? Multiplication. If it was the amount, instead it would overflow after some text. Yeah, it's brilliant. Love that idea. That's something where it's the kind of thing where you can see that this is like experienced developer. Like I would do something like, oh, okay, then, and then identify and then multiply it by 1 if something. But when you sort of can use the same thing for multiple things by just, yeah, having it both identify and multiply in the same step, like, juicy. Makes it a little bit harder to read, but saves computations. Cool. What the hell does this do? I don't fucking know. This one says if the green is equal to 0 and the red is greater than 0 for each one. Okay, so the green is... How can the green be equal to 0? It comes from here. How can... When will the green ever be 0? I don't get it. I can't see how this condition can ever be true. Because it would mean that the green... It does not depend on what is being crafted. Only what's inside this. Ah, right. Okay, so if... So it's picking up... This is then also reading content. Include the stuff for crafting. That's the stuff that comes out on red wire. So basically, if it's in the process of crafting something, that is, or if it reads some content in here that is not part of the list of things to be doing, then the green one will be 0, but the red one will be greater than 0. That means it's some junk. This one identifies crafting materials. And then whatever has been identified as crafting materials, that is output as a signal here, which goes where? It goes up there, okay? As a filter for eject. That's clever. Good, I like it. Let's see. This is also getting the content from the assembler versus... But what does that do? This one now says the green is positive. That means it's something. And it is something that's also in the assembler. Okay, so this one is controlling what is outputting here. So this one is setting the filter to something that's in here and in here. So something we want and something we have. Then set that as a filter. Good, clever. I like it. Okay, so I think we got that side. Okay, so I'm kind of missing the top part. Deciphering that. Red is ingredient, green is product. No, that's not correct. Red is what's in the assembler. Green is what we want. Because the red one could also be the stuff we want. Because it just hasn't been output yet. Okay, so from here, this one was identifying what we want to craft. What we want to craft gets sent up here, together with an input from the red one. The red one was what? This one here, what is that? Yikes, I don't know. What is this doing? Is this a memory cell? No, doesn't look very memory-ish. What is that? So what is this red thing that comes in? It seems like it's a loop. This is the final one that decides what the recipe should be. Okay, I need to redo it again here. So I can have it operate for a little bit. Okay, this is coming in on the green wire. So this is what is setting it. Okay. Mm-hmm. Top left part is the memory cell. Memory cell, third one. This one. This is the memory cell. Input. And these are the two multiplied. That one. Because this is the one that actually gets sent into the recipe. But it also gets sent back up here. Which means, what does it do here? Everything that is less than or equal to 0. Why do we have anything that's less than or equal to 0? On the red wire. No, I don't know. I don't get it. When is it ever 0? So now it's making gears. Is for resetting it once we need 0 items. Anyway, yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Now it's doing some crazy stuff. Yeah. I actually think I need to make a little change here. Couldn't I link these two? There. And then I'm just going to add some more recipes here so that it doesn't run out so fast. What else did we want? Pipes. Anything else we feel that we could? So now I do that. That should just kind of get it on with it. The condition less than 0 should be 0 when we have finished with one item. But sometimes because of a tick synchronicity it gets negative, so it's a safeguard. Ah, okay. Why did this one not stop working? How did I break it? I did one simple thing and I completely broke it. Damn. Why? Why did that break? That sucks. Because I don't understand why I broke it. I felt it was exactly the same. Instead of replicating it, why? This is connected, right? It does connect. Instead of having two. The inserter filtering is the issue. Apparently so. This problem with this one is that it's impossible to debug. I mean, these are only going into inputs, so why is... There shouldn't be any leakage from in here to in here, and there's none of these that are like looping back. They're not like going into memory cells, so I don't understand what the problem is. The top right combinator should be connected to the items. Right, that's it. Good, that's it. Thank you. But couldn't that just be like that? Seems like a neater way to do it anyway. Yeah, so now I only have one place that should control all of it, maybe. Which means I could also do more of this. All right, I still haven't figured out quite the last thing, and I have to do it before midnight because otherwise I'll never ever get it. So here, no, where is it from? This is what? What was this one? This one is the one that identifies or sends it as a one. This is identifying what it actually should produce, the stuff that we still haven't gotten enough of. That's these 3 items. And that is sent in here for the multiplication funsies. And then here, this is the list of everything, including the negative. So I don't get why this output goes up here and it's not this output that goes up here, because this one has already filtered out all the negative numbers and I don't need the negative numbers up here anyway. So I think that for me, it looks like I could make a green line from here to here instead of this line, and it would be the same thing. It would just be a little marginally simpler. What are the odds that I'm correct when I don't even understand what's going on? Then we could not select the item that is missing the most. Oh, okay. Oh, right, that's true, because this one just identifies what is missing. Or it returns, yeah, what product is missing, not how much of that product is missing. Damn. All right. Yes, and that's why we send it. All right, so it goes up here. Sweet. And I think it has now completed everything again. I'm simply debugging too slowly. Yeah. So this is the only input sort of from the outside that goes up to this. So it goes in here. And that says everything on the red wire. What the hell does it get the red wire from? The red wire is going to be nothing in the beginning. Which is okay because it only triggers when it is nothing. When it is nothing, it takes whatever input it gets, both on the red and green wire, and outputs it. So it just takes the whole list of stuff that is missing. Stuff that we want. Sends it out, sends it in here. This one selects the highest quantity. No, why not? Oh, because it doesn't do it until this reaches 0. And this reaches 0 when, I don't know. When this one, what is this doing? What are you doing? This is multiplying the reds. What is, it disappeared. What did, it disappeared because I got enough between this and this. No. 100, yes. Yeah, so it's not needed multiplied by 0. Okay. Although there is a problem with this design. It's somehow I'm leaking in 2 times the inputs. I don't know how, but I'm leaking in 2x, right? This one says 20, but it's not broken. It just kind of displays the wrong numbers. If we look at it here, this is looking at 200. Why is it 200? And this one's also 200, but it should only be 100. So now this one is continuing, and where do we monitor whether it should go? That's this one. Is it? No. Yeah, this one is identifying what is needed. On the red wire? Yes, red wire what needed, and green wire is what we have. Yep, and then they subtract it, and then this is the net. Anything that's positive is still needed. And that's the stuff that gets converted over to a 1. That means if it's needed, it's multiplied by 1. If it's not needed, then things get multiplied by 0. That's the stuff here. This is the stuff that's needed, and this is the one we're currently working on. So when this iron gear disappear, which it will soon, it disappears. So as soon as I go to the multiplied by 0, and then it finds the next one. This is brilliantly done. Brilliantly done. It seems so robust. Wow. The selection of the item is done twice, but it does not matter. The only important thing is that it's positive. Yeah. Okay. So it's not because I didn't break it. I need to write something here. There. Otherwise, I'm sitting some time and go like, what? Yeah. So this one also seems robust to actually add another one to it. Now that I took that one out. I love it. And took that out. I love this one. But this works both for the top and the bottom one, right? Now we just did it for this part. But it why is that there? Oh, because it lists. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so this is now maintaining the ingredients. If they need to go out, they go out that way. As we can see. Really robust. And then that's when it switches. That's an expensive switch, actually. Huh. Yep. All right. I think I need to split the intermediates, like these things, from the actual products, because otherwise it gets stuck on the actual products before it actually moves on. I have a sneaking suspicion I have way too much of everything now. Let's just drag this one in here and see how much we have of everything. Yeah, 182 and 150. Oh, this is actually really accurate numbers. Nice. And we can see the stuff that's in progress. Oh, look at that. It's only one of them. That's the furnace that actually bugged out. So that's a lot less of an issue than I thought. And we can see we're making chemical plants. Yes, that's 45 out of 50. We're making flamer turrets. Kind of. They're expensive. But how many do we need of those? I don't know. Oh yeah, this is also replicated the same one multiple times, which is obviously not a good idea. We need 50. Okay, so it's making 21 out of 50. And then this one isn't getting any walls because none of these have actually added walls to the agenda here. Oh, you have it. But there you go. Add a wall. Huh? Yeah. One more. There we go. So I made one wall, and then it goes back to something else. And that means that wall goes up here. It's going to be slow to make these kind of things, which is why it's important to have multiple of these. And then there we go. We got the one wall done. And now it has to wait until this one identifies that it needs to make a wall. Yeah. So maybe this is like, get 2 of those. Makes big difference. Big difference. Are you planning for true sushi base? No, it's not a sushi base. This is just a create everything that we don't need a lot of, but we need a little bit of. But the stuff that we need, like consistently working, then here. Can you hook the news design up? No. I'd rather not start messing with it, but I do want it. But I have like 5 minutes, so I'm gonna be wrapping up now. This is like a design part. So tomorrow we'll have like the base structure on a masterclass. I will not leave the hub will be, oh, sorry. The hub will be a separate episode that will be in a week's time because it's not ready. It needs at least Sunday to work more on, and Wednesday next week. Then it's really going to be polished, and also sort of figure out how we're going to do once we have logistics. So that's it's somewhat it's working, but it's not quite there. This you can have some of the combinators separate and calculate on once. Yes, absolutely. But I think we're going to be working on this one. This seems very robust. So, but this is the part, right? I started making some hack that did something but didn't have any catches, and then you improved it with a lot of catches here. But then I started implementing it in parallel, which it wasn't designed to, and then Calo Ether made it work in parallel, and then sort of that's the evolution of this. I think I'd still prefer a dedicated machine for everything in the hub, even if it takes multiple blocks, but it's a neat design. Yep, I completely agree, but remember, you also have to bring the materials to the machines. That's another big part of it, because you have maybe 60 products you need to, or 60 things you need to make, and how are you going to be getting those? You can just make it one big sushi belt, but that's a giant sushi belt going past everything, or dedicated belts, and that gets really complicated if you want to do like stuff like this. But building it, yeah. So that's the part. This is good for space constrained location ships. Yes. Or if I want to fit something into a city block, because I want to fit something into a city block. New city block. So that's I think that's an interesting idea. And these blocks are going to be really intense. As you can see, this one we designed last time is very intense. Cool. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you will check out the video tomorrow so we get started on this idea for this database. And it's a pretty fun design. Yes, but I'm tired now, as you can probably sense. Thank you so much for the glorious level 4 hype train. At this point, I would have loved to have a level 5 hype train, but I'm also kind of happy that I can go to bed now and not stay up another hour. So there we go. Thank you for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be completing the Timberborn, and then we'll be like, I don't know, see what's up. So maybe a short stream, or maybe we'll load up something else. Good night. Take care and stay effective, everyone.